1 minute. The teaser is.
Solid landing. And then look at it, 3.
Good morning at the 2026 Freeride World Tour Challenger Barrage at the beautiful Kitzsteinhorn, one of Austria's most iconic glacier resorts sitting above the Therm-ic. My name is Flo Orle, I'm your live stream commentator for today, and I'm super stoked to announce a Freeride World Tour champion on my side. Welcome, Manuela Mandl, thanks for coming.
Yeah, thanks for having me here at the 20th edition of X-Over. It's a super well-known competition, and yeah, we're really looking forward what we're going to get today.
Exactly. What we're going to get today? Well, we're going to get the third challenger of this year's Freeride World Tour Challenger Tour by Barrage. Let's have a look right away at today's venue, because there's something special up in the air today. It's a new venue. After 20 years of competition here on the Lange at the famous Kitzsteinhorn, because of snow conditions, what we'll get to later on, organizers yesterday at pretty much last minute decided to change for this amazing venue that is a more playful, less of a big mountain venue than we might have had years before, but it has tons of options. Look at all this gully and transfers. Manu, what do you think about the new venue here at the beautiful Lange area, as it's called?
I feel it's a great decision, because most important for riders is that the snow is kind of equal from top to bottom, and we got very homogeneous snow conditions on that face, so this will gonna make competition super exciting.
Wow, look at those race drone shots going top to bottom at warp speed. One of the special things about this venue is because we have the piste on the Lucas left side and the chance to look at it from Lucas' right side, riders had a great way of looking at it. But we'll get to that later. First of all, it's a freeride competition, right? So we need judging, we need points, and therefore we need judging criteria. We have a video prepared for you on those criteria. Let's have a look at it.
Hi, my name is Bertie Denevo. I'm one of the Freeride World Tour judges. We score riders from 0 to 100. When the rider leaves the gate, he has a score of 50, and then the score goes up or down depending on what we see. There are 5 judging criterion. The number 1 criterion is the choice of line. We'll judge whether the line was difficult or not, and whether the athlete did the best out of his line choice. Then there's air and style. How big is the jump? How many are there? Were the tricks in the air? Was the rider in control in the air? How were the landings? So landings are part of the jump. Then there's fluidity. We judges are here to decide whether the athlete was really fast or kind of slow compared to how exposed or how difficult it is to ski. Then there's control. Here we'll judge whether the rider was in control at all times. Then there's technique. For pros, we don't really judge their technique, but we might take off some points if they side slip in a place where another rider was taking turns. The score, like a temperature, will go up and down so that we have a score in our heads when the rider crosses the finish line.
Yeah, if this may sound complex to you, it's actually very easy. There's a start gate at the top, a finish line at the bottom, and whoever puts up the best show in the middle is going to be the winner, right?
Yeah, that's the easiness of freeride competition, but also the very complex part, because riders have to decide. They can figure out their own style, their own speed, their own specific line, and also have to take into consideration what others might be doing.
Exactly, and we have world-class judging there. It's the same group of judges that accompanies this 2026 Freeride World Tour Challenger Tour by Orage from spot to spot. So there's awesome consistency in the judging, and the riders really like that they know exactly what to expect that the judges look at each very stop.
Yeah, super important for a rider to be able to, I mean, the judging criteria is not really allowing a lot of freedom for judges, obviously, because, I mean, we're international sports, and that's why the judging is very continuous throughout all the levels of the Freeride Qualifier, Challenger, and Freeride World Tour as well. But, I mean, we are all humans, and so it's very cool if all the riders get good feedback from the judges.
Exactly. Well, we're all humans, but some are superhumans. Let's have a look at the highlight clip from last year, because there were some superhuman moves there for sure. The 20 years of Freeride World Tour competitions here at the Kitzsteinhorn, towering above Zell-and-Säckerbrunnen. A big thanks to Chris Geisler and his team, who has done such a great job for so many years. Manu, you have competing here many times. Have you won this competition as well at some stage?
At some stage, yeah, I've won, and I always have these super nice memories because we have spring conditions, it's great vibes, but at the same time, it's a serious phase, and yeah, you can do really cool stuff. Even on the new phase, we're gonna see, I think, huge transfers and stuff, so it's gonna be really exciting.
That was going to be my next question. So the riders have totally approved the change from the original phase to this one. The mountain guides did ride the phase 2 days ago and also yesterday, well, both phases, and eventually decided to move the competition. Why was the old, or so to say, main phase not used for this year's comp?
Yeah, we've seen it already with the decision of the Freeride World Tour in restage Georgia Bro in Kutai. If snow conditions are super variable, then riders will have hard time to compete, and also they're going to be a lot of risk of a lot of heavy injuries, so we want to avoid that. So that's why we're going to have this new phase.
And on the new phase, you mentioned there's going to be a lot of potential for tricks, for transfers. Is that the main difference, that it's more playful than the Lackenschneid phase?
I mean, it has these playful parts, but I also think that there is cliffs too. And I mean, we're not counting, if we're judging, we're not counting the size of the rock or something which is jumped, but the amount or the meters the rider is in the air. So for judging and for like the difficulty of the line, I think it doesn't make too much difference. And what's more interesting even, for all the riders it's the same, like for the rookies and the challengers, but also for riders who've never competed here on that phase or in this resort. For everyone it's like a blank canvas. So that's really, really exciting.
That is true. We have seen at the World Tour Challenger and Qualifier, even at junior events over the last years, that the lines of previous years that have won will obviously got copied a lot because they have proven to be winning lines. So the creativity has played less of a role in many of those competitions, and today creativity will potentially play a very big role.
Yeah, will play a very big role, and maybe that could also be a pro or like a little advantage for more experienced riders as well. And we've also have some riders from the Freeride World Tour who didn't make the cut, who are going to be at the start gate today. Also some true routineers competing for more than 10, 15 years in the start gate today. So it's going to be a really exciting mix of old and young.
Well, the Freeride World Tour next stage is also soon on in Alaska with 13 out of 18 youngsters or rookies qualifying for the finals. So a lot of creativity here in the rookies, obviously, and we are anxiously to see what the rookies are going to be putting onto this phase today, and what the World Tour riders that have not made the cut and decided to come back to the Challenge Tour to re-qualify for next year's tour will show us today. Well, what's really special about this place here is now we see the riders congregating on the left and right side of the venue, so they can get a really, really good view on all the takeoffs and landings. So this should really push the quality of moves today, Manu.
Absolutely. Like, perfect place for a proper face check. Although that face is super hard to orientate because we got all these like little rollers in the face, and it's kind of, I think we're also going to see that it's going to be hard for some riders to stay orientated top to bottom.
Exactly, top to bottom, staying on your feet and putting it up show is crucial. Let's have a look at a couple more impressions from our regional partner. Yeah, we see the riders here on the Lucas right side of the venue. There's a big 50-meter tall cliff band, and so they can look at the face almost top down. And top down is also a keyword for Kitzsteinhorn, one of the most scenic and iconic glacier resorts in Austria, especially now in springtime. You can ride here until April, May, I think late June, and on snow, and go down and jump into the already 20+ degree lake minutes later only. So truly a special place here in Austria, the Kitzsteinhorn Therm-ic region.
Yeah, absolutely. Paradise-like landscape, so beautiful. And I mean, not just beautiful, but really, really, really good training value here as well. From just what the terrain is allowing for the riders. Yeah, we've always been here for like especially training freestyle tricks because there's just so many jumps available. One of the few super pipes in Austria is situated here with a great park and like freeride terrain off the lifts. You don't even have to hike to reach all this great terrain. Yeah, so it's truly amazing. Absolutely. All right, I think we have a few minutes left, and we have a forerunner here. Our multiple, I think 2 times Freeride Junior World Champion, Jana Heusel. Jana, you were a forerunner today, the morning. What's your impression of the snow on today's venue?
First of all, thanks for having me. The snow is quite, it's variable.
Hold on a second, the microphone is switched off again. Try again now, please, Jana.
Hello?
This is much better, yes?
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I would say the snow is quite valuable. It's like at some parts it's really, really good, and then some parts you can feel the traverse tracks from underneath. But that's how it is this season. We don't have the snowpack we all wish for, but no, for what we have, it's great snow, and it looks worse than it actually is. So it's better. It's good.
Do you think it's going to be harder for the snowboarders in this less deep layer of powder, or is it going to be okay for the boarders as well?
I think it will be okay for them. I think they need to be smart about their line choices, because there are for sure some parts where it's better and easier for them, and then there's parts where it is definitely more tricky for them to go down.
And talk a bit through orientation. This face rolls over to the left, to the right, and also from the start gate you don't see much of the face at all. So a good inspection is obviously key, but how is the orientation once you're underway?
I think it's kind of a labyrinth when you first look at it. You're like, oh, okay. But when I went into the face, I didn't feel that the orientation was that bad, because because of the fact that there's couloirs every 10 meters, you kind of know, okay, which couloir you're going into, and then you just have to know where in the couloir you want to go and jump. So I think it's easier.
Thank you, Jana. Last personal question to you. You're a 2-time Freeride Junior World Champion. How old are you now, and when are we going to see you on the Challenger Tour on your quest to qualify for the Freeride World Tour?
Oh, I hope to come next year, but I'm turning 18 in January. So after that, I'm either going to challengers or qualifiers. We'll see how nicely they will treat me.
So we have one more chance to see you on the Freeride Junior World Championships, and then we'll
Yes.
see what happens. Maybe if you do well there, a wild card for the challenges,
That
like
would be amazing.
we saw other riders get, and go right to the Freeride World Tour, like a Marcus Gogan, a Martin Bender.
Yeah, that would be the dream, to go to the World Tour as soon as possible. But
All right.
everyone has to earn it their way, and yeah, I'm excited for what it brings.
Well, congratulations to all your successes so far. All the best also
Thank
for this
you.
next season. It's going to be a big game changer from juniors to adults. And
Yes.
yeah, thanks for coming here and giving us some insights on today's venue.
Thanks for having me. Have fun watching all of them.
Thanks, Jana.
Thank you.
All right, Jana Heusel, always a sunshine. Let's look at today's start list. I think snowboarders are first, right, Manu?
Yeah, start list for Snowboard Men.
Here they are, super international field. Look at it, stacked. Spain, France, Switzerland, Germany, Australia. It's all in there. Yeah.
Yeah, the challenge is really proving to be an international stage for freeriding, which is amazing to say. And I mean, we got people traveling here from all over the world. Also some, exotic riders, in the sense of like being from England. But yeah, we got a lot of English people here, and they're doing really, really well, and also spending their seasons here.
Yeah, we even got an Irish here. Well, most of these guys live in and around Verbier, as we have found out. We have current and former Freeride World Tour riders. Remy Bernard came back from the Freeride World Tour after not making the cut, so adds one more high-end rider to the field. Hugo Serra, Timo Schröder and others who have competed on Freeride World Tour. We have a triple Freeride World Tour champion of the juniors here with Kier Chrétien, so really a stacked field of today's snowboarders. And looks like we have bib number 1 up in that start gate.
Yeah, Paul Sabido Jouvet. I'm hoping I'm saying it correctly.
Exactly. He's going to be a bib number 1, freshly from the first FIS Freeride World Championships, where he had an amazing run and then it crashed like 100 meters before the finish. Finished 5th, but it could have well been a podium or even a victory for him.
Yeah, and amazing to see for just a 19-year-old super young gun, just keeping up with all the experience others may have. But also he has competed in the juniors for many years beforehand. That's where all the experience stems from.
Exactly. So there'll be a benchmark right away in the snowboarders field. Paul Sabido Jouvet, our first rider in the gate.
Yeah, super important to have, or for the judges, it's really cool to have a good rider at the start to be able to scale the face and like see what riders might be possible, what would be possible on that day for that category.
We're listening in to the radio of the competition, and they said bib number 1 is ready to go. So it's only a matter of seconds. And this year's Freeride World Tour Challenger Kitzsteinhorn Baqueira is getting underway. And it is exciting. We've had 2 events in the pocket, 6 are planned, 4 out of 6 results count. But, you know, if we would have to have a cancellation, there might be less results counting. So each run from now on is of super value for the overall points for these riders.
Yeah, especially also mentally, because riders have some runs under their belts. They kind of figured out where they are in the field or what they need to improve on. So now it's basically the time to refine your runs, like really go for those results you're gonna need. It's no testing time anymore. It's definitely we're gonna see, I think, a lot of like also risk taking, because some riders really have to go for it now.
Paul Sabido Jouvet won the juniors ranking in Europe 2 times, born in Barcelona but lives in Verbier now, where he trains with this huge bunch of freeriders. You know, being the epicenter of freeriding in Europe with the Bec de Ross, the first competition. that was a real freeride comp in Europe that led into an organized freeride world tour. And the terrain there, the Quatre Vallées, is simply amazing. So is the crew on both sides of the mountain, on the south side in Verbier, on the north side, and on the big freeride communities from all over the world.
Yeah, and also freeride academies where people are learning, training together, really pushing the level there. We always see super strong riders coming out of that area. And so let's see what Paul will show us with his background in the Western Alps and the Pyrenees. And off he goes.
And this is it. Paul Verbier opening up this year's 2026 Freeride World Tour Challenger Barrage. Always tough to be a bib number 1 on the new venue, right? Yeah, but not shy of going for it right away with a small left and 3 over the first windlip, aiming for the big gully. Like Jana Häuser said, this venue is divided into like 3 sections or 4 sections by 4 different gullies. So you really have to decide kind of early on where you want to play your game.
A good start for him. Definitely just out of the gate, super strong, and already having like 3 actions, 2 bigger ones in his run, which is also going to be interesting how many different actions riders were going to be able to pack into the runs without losing any of that fluidity, which also counts.
And we see that the snow is powderish, but at the same time we also realize that he's controlling his speed, because I think that is an issue for snowboarders today. If you're getting too fast, you're not sinking into that snow anymore. Beautiful front shot 3. So you kind of want to control your speed as a snowboarder top to bottom in these kind of conditions.
Absolutely. Control is key, but also not controlling, like, still got to go for it, right? But he's doing that with like now 5 cool actions already in his run. And we see him still at the more central part of the face, but lower left now.
Definitely sticking to his game plan. I think he has 1 more move left before he's going to cross that finish line. There's 2 flags down there that show the riders where the judging stops, and that is right as he disappears. Yeah, we see the flag right to his left-hand side. That means he's past the judging line. Clean run by Paul, and a very nice way to kick off today's competition.
Absolutely, definitely setting a solid score there, I feel. A lot of action, like smartly ridden, like really biggest respect for that. Also like linking those different features well together, taking into account the snow conditions on either side of the face. So super smart.
He definitely didn't risk the maximum in this run, but I think that was his game plan, right? Doing a more safe line with a lot of action rather than 2 or 3 huge ones, going for multiple tricks and smaller hits, but all stomping them all and riding out clean.
I feel the same. I think he decided with that kind of snow condition it's better to go for a kind of safe backup result than really going for a huge win today, which is really like cool to respect. And I mean, 77 points is an amazing score, I gotta say. So judges think that is maybe one of the like top 10 runs definitely today, but we'll see what the judges think. We're not the judges here.
Yeah, the podiums run in snowboards are typically in the 80s range or above, but like you said, a very solid run by Paul to kick things off. Bib number 2, Maceo Peresson from France, sitting in 10th overall in this year's Challenger Tour. Born and raised in Chamonix, riding for the Recco snowboard team. He's also been competing since he's 14 years old. That's a solid 8 years of competition experience already.
Also very committed start in a way. Like you can see it on his body language that he's planning to go for it.
Yeah, he looks very ready for everything. It's true.
And also he is in that like big central couloir, kind of right below the start. But we're going to see a different variation from him. Maybe he will manage to play with some of the windlips or some of the features. But yeah, he's going for the first big drop. And you can see with the snowboarders, this half-pipe-like couloirs really offer a lot of fun as well with every single turn.
Yeah, they do. And I heard some of the skiers talking at yesterday's riders meeting that they wish for bigger cliffs in the venue, which is fine for skiers. But I think for snowboarders in these snow conditions, this cliff size is just perfect. Nice backside 3 by Maceo. So kind of a similar run to Paul Sabide beforehand. One thing I realized was different. He did not go for the 3 at the very first windmill right below the start gate.
Yeah, and I think 1 or 2 actions less in general, although he's still... So, yeah, I think Paul's run was very smart in that way, that he really found a lot of features to link, which is the hard part in doing the line check here. And the face check, yeah. But we are definitely going to see a lot of this like bottom cliffs as well in the finish. And now he's out of the judging zone and just making his way to the finish line. And that's going to be interesting, what the judges do think of that run.
Yeah, you can definitely tell that the riders are riding a new venue in snow conditions they're a bit uncertain about. So it's they're not going at 110% there. That's very interesting. Whereas when conditions are good, sometimes you see a lot of people going, you know, at like all in, which obviously results in great lines, but also in great crashes typically. And this seems to be more of a safe play so far.
Looking at the replay, we can see some of his action and that beautiful stray over that wind lip, which has a good takeoff. So that's the cool part about, and that cliff. So that's the cool part about that face and those snow conditions. You can trust your takeoffs, which is something very important.
Exactly. Maceo and Paul hugging there. Well, Chamonix and Verbier less than an hour apart. 72.67 for Maceo. Yeah, that was kind of what we saw. A solid run. Maybe 1 or 2 features less. So Paul staying in that hot seat for now.
Yeah. And next one up.
Now, a very interesting guy, 16 years older is Mark Robert compared to Maceo before. Tons of experience from the Swiss guy who's sitting in 2nd overall right now. So the best challenge season for him so far, kicking things off with a backside there right away.
And a beautiful floater over that like little lip.
Yeah, we realized that the terrain is so diversified with all those channels and pipes that even the drone and camera sometimes has trouble following the guys as they're going through amazing features like that little arch he went through right now. Beautiful terrain there.
Yeah, solid riding. You can see that the snow is soft, powdery, race powder, as we like to call it. And also choosing to put his landings into the shade because riders assume to like being right about that there will be better snow for landing.
Frontside 3 by Mark Roberts, the 30-year-old veteran going all freestyle in his run at the FWT Challenger and the Kitzsteinhorn by Orash. And another air.
Yeah, and Mark Robert also having some great results already this year.
Yeah, Mark already a father of 2 kids, saying it's really busy because he's renovating a house, so there's more room for the family. So not snowboarding as much as he would like to, but you don't really see it in his riding. He seems really solid, and like I said, in the 2nd in the overall ranking so far. Fortunately, small little washout there. That's exactly the tricky part of today's snow, right? If you are on the backside edge and you have a bit of too much speed, it could be hard to shut that down.
Yeah, also he chose a very little technical drop there with a kind of sniper landing in the sense of there's not too much space to land. So you just got to point it, which then accumulates speed, which kind of can cause trouble in the run out. But other than that, it was also a solid run. Well, now going to be interesting to see how much the judges deduct for that. After like 2 clean runs we've seen from the Snowboard Men's field, it was basically the first little insecurity we saw right in. So
yeah, unfortunately, right before the judging line, he was really just within reach of those flags, and which meant he could have brought a clean run down. Mark Roberts, well, I was stoked when we have, you know, so to say, veterans performing in the Challenger Tour, especially with freestyle moves. Congratulations, Mark, on that frontside 3, and that was the washout. So I think it was right above the judging line, about 20 meters. Yeah, and the judges had to take that into consideration and deducting a couple of points for Mark there.
So 61.33 for Mark Roberts there. Still a good result. Judges were absolutely rewarding all the action he did. Every rider at the starting gate starts with 50 points, and then judging goes up and down like a thermometer. Next up,
Next is start gate from France, bib number 4, Gabin Bozan.
21 years old. And a goofy rider, so maybe a tiny bit of a different approach.
Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah.
Using a slope to traverse over to that far Lucas left, the skiers right. Smart to go on the piste there at the very top. So very different approach by Baqueira, the rider from Maribel.
Oh
Maribel Quisher.
yes, and a beautiful backflip. So that's why he
Awesome.
was going there, searching for the steepest windlip he could find.
Oh, and that was a backside 3 into a front punch, if you could see it right. I'm switching to binoculars here to get a better angle of him since that camera is quite far away. But now we're back with the drone, which is what I want to see. I love the drone angle. It lets you like ride with that rider really. That's so amazing.
Yeah, and super interesting line choice. Definitely different to the riders before him.
Yeah, I think that far upper Lucas left has some great takeoffs for backflips and jumps like. So we saw him do a flip and a 3.
And definitely the other riders off that
Another
field.
backflip.
Whoa.
Ooh, that one looked sketchy, landing next to the rocks. But unfortunately, clearing that zone, having a good run out. So really aggressive approach by Gabin. Fortunately, did not pay off with clean landings, but I liked that he put everything at stake on those big backies.
Definitely risking a lot there. And also, you have to be precise with landings here because the trannies, like where you can have a smooth landing after the cliffs, is rather short. So it's good management of your spade is needed to be able to land those big tricks.
Well, his credo typically is go big or go home, and we also want to mention that he dedicates a lot of his competition runs to his dear friend Elliot Dancer, who was still competing here this competition last year and died on a big avalanche on the fabulous Eiger Mountain. So our thoughts are with Elliot in every competition and this Challenger series. Okay, let's check out the replay. Beautiful backflip up there, super clean. Things were in great control until then. That was the backside 3, kind of over-rotating and losing the axis a little bit, but still no pulling back, and he went for another backflip at the bottom. So I really like that part as well. Here we go, not easy to take off on the backside edge. Getting a little close to that rock in the landing. That's the thing with all these rollovers and transfer. The options are endless, but also the chances to miscalculate a takeoff or a landing are also very big.
And he maybe was like 10 degrees in the wrong direction there, and then could see that in the air that he was just heading a tiny bit too much toward the rocks.
Exactly. So bib number 5, Florian Handschuh from Germany, unfortunately is not at the start because he's stuck in South Africa and couldn't fly back in time because of the Iran crisis. It was not possible for him to change his flight, but he'll be back at the next Challenger next week in Oberdown, and we go right to a triple Freeride Junior World Championships winner, Kia Chrétien from France. What a rider.
What a rider. We've seen amazing lines from him. Definitely has it all. Great technique, can ride the steeps, has a huge tricks of freestyle in his pocket. And
yeah, for sure, one of the most complete riders at the Challenger circuit within the Snowboarders crew at only 19 years of age. Coming from a super sporting family. Also his sister, Freeride World Junior Champion. So all the best to you, Kia, for your quest. Sitting in 5th overall and definitely, wants to climb up that ladder into the precious top 2, which guarantee a spot on next year's Freeride World Tour.
yeah, he absolutely has the potential for the Freeride World Tour. Might be just a matter of time for him, actually. And we can see with how much commitment and speed he's going into his turns.
Yeah, I like his style. You can tell that he surfs, all summer. His family lives in Maribel, Courchevel, where his dad founded a Freeride Association only a few years ago. And when the winter stops, they move to South Africa. They surf all summer and then come back as the mountains go white again. So what a lifestyle for Kia as well.
What a great lifestyle. Yeah, and overall fitness is super important in freeride. We work a lot with the core. So training over summer in which way possible. And wow. Sad one.
Nice backside 3, same air where we saw Gabin do the backflip before, but also he washing out a little bit at the bottom there.
Yeah, it's a flat landing.
Which is kind of untypical for Kea, who a lot of times seems to like, be on his feet no matter what.
Yeah, magic cat skills for Kea normally for sure, but they're like that specific feature has just a very flat landing if you travel a tiny bit too far. And he went into with quite some speed and a lot of commitment, which is amazing, but then maybe overshot the landing a tiny, tiny bit, which just causes you to not being able to stomp it anymore. But great run, and also just a few different features than what we've seen from other people. Taking that one super far. And also here's some beautiful turns and the backside straight. With the, he actually had it, eh? Dang. Just a tiny bit backseat maybe, and then washing out. But perfect axis in the air and everything. I mean, we know Kea can do that, so...
Yeah, Kea, at the Rise meeting yesterday, he reckoned the event's going to be pushed back, so we have spring conditions again, so we would have more time to scope his lines like that. Right, Kea. Let's see what the judges got in there for you before we go back to our next rider, who's going to be from Australia.
Kea excited for his score. Yeah, it's so cool to see the overall motivation in that field. Yesterday at the riders meeting, we could really feel everyone's super stoked to be here, super stoked that a comp can happen. And just quite exciting vibes, and also, a banger crew actually at the challenges this year.
Oh, it is. And they're so young overall. I think that's one of the most amazing things. They're 19, 20, 21 with a few exceptions, but it's such a young crew, and for them it's just awesome to travel around Europe, with their friends and find new resorts, meet new people. 4th place at the moment for Kea Chrétien. Yep, that washout in the middle obviously was the result for not being higher up in the ranking for today. It is. That's what we said before. You got to be careful. There's not a lot of room for error today, right? It's not. You can't disappear in a big powder cloud and ride out of it. So once that board is sideways and you get those speed wobbles, it's going to be hard to get it back and keep your body centered.
And also all that summer training and strength is going to pay off on that phase. Is really like strong legs and strong core is really game changing.
Let's see what our Australian Vaughn Hardwick has done over the summer in terms of core strength. His mom being a former pro surfer, his dad being a former pro snowboarder, his dad being a pro motorcycle rider.
Wow.
And his younger brother competing here on the junior comps and also on the Freeride World Championships. Oh no, catching a frontside edge there at the landing of the backside 3 for Vaughn Hardwick. But that was only the beginning, so he still has tons of time and venue to make up for it. Here comes a 7.
Wow.
Putting it to his feet with so much impact force that he made a hole, like breaking through some kind of crust, but staying on his feet. That was one of the most amazing landings I've seen in a while. So Vaughn totally making up for his washout at the top with this air, and his score is up and running again. The judges have this thermometer score, right? So riders start out of 50, and then if you do something great, the score goes up. If you crash, it goes down. So Vaughn's definitely went down a bit, but up again big time. And up again,
just
it's almost
right
lands on
next
the
to
slope.
the slope. Yeah.
With another backside 3. Super creative line choice by Vaughn Hardwick.
Yeah, one of the most creative lines we've seen so far for sure. And
Exactly.
he's not
he might
done
have
yet.
one more air, jumping over the judging line almost.
Yeah, a little floater there for him. Wow. So he just showed off what's possible. And I mean, that nearly bump hole landing, that needed strong legs. So big ups for that, because wow, that was amazing.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the replay there, and I'm sure the judges are going to review that as well. Wow, going over this little...
after the judging line. So you see riders want to have fun and enjoy their riding. Still taking a little bonus air with them just for the fun of it and because there is nice snow.
Vaughn was very proud to represent Australia at the FIS Freeride Freeride World Championships just a few weeks ago, where he had landed one of the biggest backflips, I think, in the history of competitive snowboarding, only to then wash out in the lower part. So here we see it. 1, 2 rotations.
Wow.
And it was a clean stomp.
and so quick in the air. Oh my God. Like, it needs a lot of skill to pull that off.
Vaughn, how can you like stomp a 7 like this and then, you know, catch your fronts at your edge at a little 3?
There might have been a tiny bit of a crust up there,
So,
which
yeah.
I feel caused that edge to.
Salvaging a 3rd place for now, right? Regaining a couple of points. Probably not going to be super happy, but he can still be proud of that 7. We don't see those too often, and we don't see those landed clean too often. And we're probably not going to see a 7 from Christophe Chalet, one of the masters of big mountain riding in this group. He's been there forever, and he has worked in freestyle skis, but he's usually the one when it gets gnarly.
Yes. True veteran there. We've been competing together many years ago. But he also proving you wrong, because he worked on those freestyle skills, because that's the other thing. Riders are evolving, they're adapting to what's needed, and that phase definitely demands some freestyle skills.
I like the commentator's curse when it plays out like this. Yeah, so Christophe Chalet has developed a very complete rider. When he was younger, he always looked for the big and gnarly lines, and in Chamonix, and I remember doing some crazy stuff with him around the challenges, qualifiers when I was still riding. So that's how long he has been there. And very clean and fast run so far. Yeah, riding Evania at a bit of a higher pace than some of the other riders. Also the 3 at the top, there was no hesitation, going very fluid and keeping that momentum so far very well throughout his run.
Yeah, and absolutely great technique from him. And just smart scoping as well. Just figuring out where he can take speed, where he has to shut down a tiny bit.
You mentioned that in the morning, because this might be a venue that is very suitable for those experienced riders, and I think you're totally right. We see that in Christophe Chalet's run, and that was probably the fastest and cleanest we've seen so far in the men's snowboarding field.
Absolutely, and also linking a lot of tricks in a very smart way without ever losing any of his fluidity anywhere.
15 years of competition experience for Christophe Chalet, the Chamonix rider, a Chamonixard, as they say. We have a couple here today, Rudi Collet, for example, another one in the men's skiing field. Congratulations, Christopher. I think that's a run you can be proud of.
Absolutely, a run he absolutely can be proud of. Definitely showing off his skills. And yeah, I feel that's what the judges would like to see. I mean, he could have added one more trick, because we've seen clean execution with 2 or even 3 tricks already. So let's see how that plays out. But I mean, that was beautiful. And the speed and fluidity, I mean, you're getting points for that fluidity.
Yeah, and if you are wondering at home why the riders don't even make more use of the terrain, well, the scoping was 2nd place for Christopher. Congratulations. Yeah. The scoping this year was really, really short. Yesterday the light was flat, so the riders were up here, but they couldn't really see much of the venue. And also because of the last minute change of the venues, it was not possible for the organizers to provide pictures a long time ahead. So a lot of the scoping for the event really happened only this morning. That made it really difficult for the riders.
Yeah, and definitely early bird mission today. Everyone has been up since 5 or 6 in the morning to just make the best out of the first morning light, to see the most and just do a couple of laps. Rémi Benamont on course, 25 years old. And off he goes already with a beautiful backside straight.
Yeah, Rémi competed still on the qualifiers until just a couple of days ago, really. Then did not make the cut for the second half of the season, and he wants to be back there. It's 2 spots at the end of the season for the snowboarders. The best to go back to the World Tour for next year, and he said he wants to be one of those. So he has 4 events to prove that he belongs there, and with the run he's shown so far, he's really showing a very strong performance.
So the first actual freeride World Tour rider of this season, just coming in, I feel, with a lot of self-confidence for sure, because they know what they can. Some of them just had really bad luck in just those 2 competitions who were able to take place.
Yeah, as you might know, out of the... what happened?
Oh, no.
There to me. Out of the 4 events of the season that were supposed to happen, only 2 could take place. So for those riders who were not scoring too well in the first 2, it was really tough not being able to show their performances and potentially qualify for the second half of the season in Alaska and in Verbier. Wow, what are the judges going to do with this? An amazing one at the top, and then this mistake at the small jump.
Yeah, I feel with him there. I mean, you can hear it on my voice. I'm like, oh no, that was such a great run. And then he just got stuck a tiny bit with his nose in a bit of a deeper landing, snow-wise deeper landing than he might have expected. Great fluidity as well. And good action too. We've seen like, that was an amazing cliff, taking that in that way, and a beautiful backflip. And yeah. And then just getting a tiny bit hung up.
Oh, I think that snow was a lot deeper than you thought.
Yeah.
Just only a 1 meter high drop, but a flat landing and stopping his board right there. Still 70 points. Fourth place. I mean, well, that might well be a keeper result for him still.
Definitely a good backup result, yeah. And we'll just go on. And now up for us. We are getting excited here in the commenters booth because he's one of our personal riding buddies. And we've known Tim Schroeder for many years. We know what he can do. He has been on the Freeride World Tour. Wish him the best of luck. So, yeah, you might get us a tiny bit more nervous with him commentating than with other riders. But yeah, Timmy's setting it off with a beautiful straight.
Yeah, former third place finisher on the Freeride World Tour. Timmy, very complete rider. You can see how well he reads the terrain. But you know, a lot of times he just wants too much and just goes too crazy on his runs. But he seems very focused on control so far today, and I like to see Timmy ride like that.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, very complete rider as well. Definitely good in the big mountain as well as in the freestyle. Also in the park is beautiful to watch him. And taking that one deep.
But be careful when you go out
landing
hiking with Timmy. He took me out on a hike in Innsbruck on Tuesday. We were supposed to be back by 6 p.m. and we were back home by midnight.
And
So
another straight.
touring planning, maybe not his strength, but those threes, backside and frontside, he really got him covered.
Yeah, and definitely the most tricks we've seen in any run cleanly stomped up to now for Timmy.
Yeah, and I know Timmy's power style, and it seems he's always caressing this venue today, really trying not to do any mistakes, riding a bit slower than he usually would, but careful riding, and I kind of like it because I think that's what might be needed today. Whoa, stay on your feet, Timmy!
Oh!
Just make
Oh
you don't
my
pass
God.
that judging line.
Just making it, but well, that was beautiful execution anyways. A run he definitely can be proud of. And we are like partying in that commented booth already. Yeah, Timmy, that was a good one. And also taking the bonus air in the sense of gapping that little.
I think they should have put the judging line at the actual finish line, adding this bottom part to the actual venue. Congratulations, Timmy. That was a clean run with a lot of tricks. We liked it. I'm pretty sure the judges must have liked it as well. Let's see what they have to say about it. We have a 77 points from Paul Sabide-Jouet, who's sitting in first quite comfortably so far, ahead of Christophe Chalet. For a podium, Timmy, you need 72.67. It's Maceo Peresson right now.
Yeah, and beautiful combination. We just saw in the replay up top. And then, yeah, we can just see that clean execution. Still kind of forcing the board around to get that angle for the landing you need.
Timmy Schrader from Germany, living in Innsbruck. He's a filmmaker, he's an artist, he's a good rider.
And he's happy, and that's the most important for riders. You're happy. Yay! 90 points for Timmy. Wow, that's really setting a mark. Congrats, man. What a run. Yeah, just amazing execution, amazing linking of features, man.
Timmy Schrader coming fresh from a victory in Lange. And and putting a strong statement there today. Yeah, with only we still got a couple more riders up there, so.
Yeah, but that's definitely going to be a result he's needing. Definitely maybe opening up possibilities for next year. And whatever, it's a run he can be super proud of. Definitely showing all his skills. Next up.
Yeah, no time to lean back, because in the start gate is James Feitsch, the current number 4 in the Freeride World Tour Challengers by Orage ranking.
Also off to a great start with also committed speed.
James Veitch from Great Britain in his 4th Challenger season. Finished, is sitting in 4th right now. Last year he finished on 11th place.
And also up there in his main couloir in the shadow part, searching for the good snow there and the Veitches. Let's see what he's up to. Yeah, beautiful
Lofty
big
air.
drops. Yeah,
Wow.
that was nice. And definitely even managing to put out some sprays, showing that the snow is actually really something you can work with. And off for another huge floaty air here.
Wow.
And found a beautiful transition as well for the landing. Looks like no impact at all. And now, was that above or below the judging line? That was above the judging line, that little bobble in like without actually any reason except maybe having a tiny bit too much speed there. Yeah. What, like, well, that was a very different kind of style of a run, right? Like much more, like pointing it, many more straight airs actually, and some of the biggest features we have seen. So that's going to be interesting how it's valued against those more freestyle orientated runs we've already seen before.
You know, well, a strong and big straight air can be worth as much in points, you know, as a small 360. Sometimes the judges even go as far as say, well, if you show us a 360 or whatever kind of trick, you know, do it properly. Do it within a big air and not just during a 1 meter jump. So really like the momentum there.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And also that one, like, yeah, what 2 well-sized drops in that run. And also combinations we haven't really seen, which were more in a way of like a transfer.
James Veitch, see, on the podium with 76 points for now. Strong show by James Veitch. I hope we pronounce it the right way. We're going to check that with him for sure.
And
Wow.
next one up, another legend on the mountain, has been on the Freeride World Tour. Some signature moves, Hugo Serra.
Well, for sure the tallest guy within the men's snowboarding field. He's got to be like 195, one of the few guys I have to look up in that Freeride community. And one thing I love about Hugo is his big backflips when he stretches those 195 to do a laid out back. But he's never shoved any freestyle tricks, as we could see right away in the 3 just below the start gate.
Yeah, amazing to see that each body form actually can absolutely perform on the highest level in freeriding, regardless of ski or snowboard. And now he's lining up another drop. A bit of a bubble in the landing there.
Yeah, it seems like the landing there is a lot flatter than it seemed during the face check. Yeah, because we have seen a couple of riders get in trouble. Now, nice backside transfer 3. I like those transfer 3s in snowboard. It just looks so beautiful.
And what he's doing, he's basically linking the different couloirs or half-pipe-like shapes on that face together. He's been traversing from the different ones. So a very creative line here. And wow, that was beautifully executed. Another straight.
Yeah, another air where a couple of other riders had problems and had to put the back down, but he didn't. And other 3 using all those rollovers for 360s. Great line scoping and reflection of experience by Hugo Serra. Small washots. It's going to be really hard for the judges to make the difference there between Hugo's run and the runs of Paul, James and Christophe Chalet, who all sit within 2 points. We have Paul in second with 77 points, James in third with 76, and Christophe Chalet in third with 75. So really close together in the ranking, the riders right now between second, third and fourth place. And Hugo with a couple more 3 than others, but also with a little washout. So very hard for the judges to see where he will squeeze in. There was the first 3. Backside here was the drop. There was the small washout.
Yeah, that was
off Axelwood.
Absolutely flat, and maybe his board got stuck there on the granary a tiny bit.
Yeah, but look, it's 1-3 following the other.
Wow, beautiful combination, yeah.
And there'll be another one here. So total 4 360s by Hugo Serra. So even despite that small washout, it might still be enough for a great result today.
Yeah, we definitely... Oh, and look at that! 80 points for Hugo. Yes, congrats. you were right.
Comfortable second place for Hugo Serra, yeah. So right as you see, it doesn't matter, you know, if you put your back down for a second, if the rest of the run is great, there's still enough in there for a great score.
Yeah, and what we kind of don't want to see, what's called Pac-Man runs, is collecting a lot of small, maybe kind of insignificant features to just collect the points. Like, judges want to see action,
Cool.
like proper action. So next up.
Next up is our current leader of the pack, Kjell Benning. Probably one of the first Irishmen ever to lead a Freeride World Tour Challenger Series here in the snowboard category. Has enough time for a high five even after leaving the start gate. That shows how comfortable he's riding. Look at it, going for a little swash. Here comes the frontside 3. So his body language really showing the judges, hey, I'm comfortable, I can do this. I don't have to slow down before a 3. I have time for a slash. And this is something the judges really like to see.
And also he is fluid on his way, but not with like maximum warp speed, but more intelligent controlled speed. And it's perfect because that was made it possible to just execute that last straight.
Yeah, super clean so far. 2 backside 3s here, frontside 3s. Sorry, here's the third one. So all the footsteps of Hugo Serra and Timmy Schröder shows why he is in first right now. A backflip to his feet. Kjell Benning showing the crew how it's done. Wow, amazing performance and super clean. New variation of this cliff. Another slash. It looks like it's going to race for the finish line now.
Yeah,
I like it how he
definitely
puts it
enjoying himself here. Amazing, yeah, and past the judging line for Kian.
Wow, that was really amazing to see, whereas some of the other riders gave us the feeling that they were super focused on staying on their feet and doing a clean run. He was in a playful mode, top to bottom, slashing and just enjoying his riding and still putting up one of the greatest performances of the day at the same time.
Absolutely. Great performance, and he seemed to really enjoy his run and the snow, just making the most of it, showing what's possible here today.
Kjell Benning, now that's a real threat to not only to the podium but also to Timmy Schröder's 90 points.
Absolutely.
With a collection of 3 360s, a beautiful and clean backflip, and quite a couple of slashes and whatever else was in there.
Yeah, and just really being in control all the time, never even making a tiny bit, just being so perfectly on the board.
And that
Look at
backflip
that,
could not have
wow.
been any more clean.
Super central on the board, just amazing to watch.
Nice second angle from that 3 at that backflip. So, is that enough to kick Timmy Schröder and his 90 points off the hot seat? It is 92 for Kjell Benning. The leader of the pack does it again, and I can already say one thing. This will secure his lead in the Freeride World Tour Challenger ranking after 3 events for sure. Wow, the Irishman living in Chamonix with another amazing performance of his skills here today. Right, ladies and gentlemen, one last snowboarder up in the gate at the 2026 X Override Kitzsteinhorn Challenger by Orage, and that is Arvid Gustafsson from Sweden. Sitting in 8th place overall right now, so a bit of pressure for Arvid to step it up and go home with a good result from this competition to progress in the overall ranking.
Let's see.
So one of the few riders of the day going more to that rider's right. Finding some fresh powder in those pockets.
Yeah, might be also a good choice in the sense of there is a tiny bit less lines. And definitely some possibilities.
Well, we saw Jana Heusel go down and she found a couple of nice jumps. I think that one we just saw was one of them.
Actually, it's not correct because there is a few lines there just from the days before. Ooh, and maybe a tiny bit more complex snow in places. Arvid here on his campaign, having a trying to make it look smooth, definitely working for it.
Yeah, I like it how he rides up and down the sides of this gully, making use of the terrain in a true snowboarder style. For skiers, sometimes it's not easy to ride those gullies because as you want to turn, you have all this pressure on your skis and not easy to make those turns up in the left and right wall. A lot easier in snowboard. Finding a nice last feature off the very nose of this rock.
And now he is past the judging line pretty much, I think.
Yeah, we see the flags in the background. So once he's past those flags, that's it for judging, and judges go to work right now as he continues his run in all freedom to the finish line.
Yeah, I'm wondering, did he find all the features he had planned for?
Well, we'll ask him afterwards, but it was a clean run, that's for sure.
That's for sure.
Maybe not as spectacular as some of the others, putting it, less airtime and less tricks. But a solid run nevertheless. He's looking back to the venue. Maybe you're right. Maybe he's like, hey, this is not exactly what I wanted to do.
Kind of, I mean, he was solid on his board, but it also didn't look as if he'd be really like committed on his way all the time.
Yeah,
but I mean, that's just my interpretation. Let's see what the judges think.
Let's see what they say. I do dare to say this is not going to kick any of the top three of the current podium. 80 points is Hugo Serra on third place. That's how much he needs for the top three. Arvid Gustafsson, growing up in the small town of Uppsala in Sweden, and not even having a home base this year. He's moving between Sweden, Innsbruck, Japan, and wherever the snow is good. So it sounds like the life.
Sounds like the best life you can have during a winter season, for sure. 10th place for him with 63.67 points. I feel he can be happy with that run in the sense of being in control, but maybe has to add more features.
So, a quick wrap up. We have the first winner of the day, Kjell Wenning, with an amazing 92 points in the men's snowboarding category, ahead of Tim Schröder and Hugo Serra.
No, it's still Nicolas Huber.
I'm very sorry.
Like last
I jumped
Snowboard
over
Men of the
Nicolas
day.
category. Sorry, it was not the last one. Nicolas Huber is the last one of the day, so he could still turn everything upside down.
32 years old. And so we just heard he's gonna be going far riders, right? So another interesting line coming up. And you can see other riders are definitely watching these snowboard men very, very precisely to maybe make last-minute adjustments to their lines. It's always good when such a inspired field goes first because that can really also level up the performances of the other riders. So totally new line choice. He's now kind of stopping and waving, telling the judges that his line is starting now. And kicking it off. Yes. Nice one.
That was amazing.
Yeah. I feel he was riding switch in between. I had a tiny bit of struggle to see it from that camera angle, but definitely a beautiful combination. And another straight up, but stomping there properly. Whoa, super playful run, turning his board as much as possible.
Yeah, Nicolas Huber riding mostly on Mount Corvat in the beautiful Engadin area. One of the places with the best kickers in all of Europe. Hosts this year to the FIS Freestyle World Championships, and you can totally show how comfortable he is riding. Regular or goofy, no matter which foot is forward. Even hard for us to tell, right? Which is regular stance is probably goofy, but it seems very comfortable either way.
And that's the cool part about snowboarding. If you technically could, you can just combine everything together and go in every direction.
Nicholas safely passed the chat lane. Sorry one more time for almost forgetting you there. My start list did not have you on there. Luckily Manu had it. But that was finally now the last rider in the men's snowboarding field. Awesome.
Last rider of the Snowboard Men. Definitely going to be a solid score there, I think. And also he is up for a little bonus jump just for the soul. Why not? Oi! Crowd pleaser there, yeah man.
Crowd with a front flip ahead of the finish line. Why didn't we put that? But why didn't he put it in the middle of his run? He seems very comfortable doing those front flips.
Yeah. That's true. Good question to ask. We can go for him asking that later on. So replay there. And beautiful combinations up there too. Yeah, I'm just really stoked. I love to see those snowboarders just making the best out of that terrain and really like working, like we said, like linking these features, finding beautiful linkings between different tricks as well.
Yeah.
Which is definitely putting up the score a lot. And whee!
Kicking Hugo Serra out away from the podium with 82 points. Nicholas got to be stoked.
So what we can see is there's good scoring lines on the lookers left / riders right on this venue as well.
Yep.
Definitely, I feel. And the end result, winner Keelan Manning, just proving what he's up to. Tim Schroeder sitting in second, Nicholas Huber now just as the last rider going in third, and then Hugo Serra just missing the podium with an amazing run though.
And I'm sure Keelan will stay in the lead in the overall rankings. Timmy Schroeder might move up a step or two. The rest I don't dare to say, but we'll see that in the overall rankings pretty soon. All right, thank you snowboarders for a great snow. Never forget that snowboarding was invented for powder, so whenever it's not powder, you know, it's a lot harder to ride a snowboard. And we move on to the snowboard women. Also here, a super international field, but dominated by Frenchies, and we have two interesting riders in here. We have Nuria Castambaron and Sarah Bacher coming back from the World Tour. Yeah, they have 4 events now, rather than 6, as all the other challenge riders do, to go back and qualify the tour. But awesome, we get a flower ceremony shot. Here's your podium for the day. Keelan Manning, Tim Schroeder, and Nicholas Huber, the top 3 of the 2026 Freeride World Tour Challenger on the Kitzsteinhorn Baqueira in the beautiful Therm-ic region. Thank you guys for a great show. That was amazing.
Amazing to watch, yeah. And starting our next category with Jacqueline de Jong from the Netherlands.
She is an amazing character. At 20 years of age, she has a whole freestyle career behind her. For many, many years, traveled all of Europe and the world for halfpipe and slopestyle competitions.
Wow.
And now she took over Dad's caviar selling business in the Caribbean, which she runs from her computer at home in Switzerland.
What? What a multi-talented, high-performance human. Yeah, I mean, freeriding needs commitment, business needs too.
Exactly.
And so those things you can combine.
Yeah, I had a long chat to her after the challenge in Nonda, where she had a great line figured out, but had a couple of insecurities, and she said, well, she just hasn't been riding that much this season, and just rode a bit too aggressive. And again, now it seems like she really wants to, you know, at a certain speed and wants to do some moves. So maybe that's one thing that she can still improve, like adapt her riding style to what the venue has to offer.
Yeah, she had one little like butt check during riding there, like one little control issue, but definitely good speed, and now finding the good snow.
But it seems like the more shadowy, more north-facing sides of the venue do have the better snow. What do you reckon, Manu?
Absolutely, yeah. I think I think all the riders were able to scope that beforehand, that there will be the best snow. And also better snow for landing, in my opinion, but then the features are more facing to the other side. So it's kind of have to be smart about line choice today. But Jacqueline is doing a good job there, definitely keeping up that fluidity, making use of the terrain, of the like, little natural half pipe there. And above a good feature at the bottom here. Let's see what she chooses. And now pretty much past the judging line. Yes. So one little small technical mistake, otherwise a clean run with a good fluidity. So let's see what the judges are thinking about her campaign today. And I mean, yeah, if you're saying that she's occupied with a lot of other things, and then having conditions this year which are definitely demanding, technically demanding as well, it's just, you also need that confidence to go in, but then also the control, and maybe sometimes if you're just wanting it too much, it can lead to those little technical mistakes.
That is true. Yeah, freeride competition is just a delicate balance when it comes to your state of mind between that aggressiveness needed and that cautiousness needed at the same time. And the big thing is that you never know what to expect, right? So you do choose your line, you plan it, but then you can't be sure what's really coming up. 58 points for Jacqueline De Jong. Congratulations, Jackie. Yeah, then those jumps you do, you never can be super sure, like, is the takeoff angle the way I thought? Is that landing as deep as I thought? How's the snow as my board touches the snow? So all these question marks, they make it so difficult to be in the start gate.
Yeah, and also it's got to trust yourself with all the reactions of your body and mind, just being very flexible. Next up, Gozia Śniergowska from Poland.
Śniergowska sitting in third place overall at the moment. Well, officially only the first snowboard girl of this field at the end of the season will qualify for next year's Freeride World Tour. There may be a second spot available, but that is to be decided by the Freeride World Tour. So the girls pretty much have to go all in.
Yeah.
It's first or nothing at the end of the season. And Gozia isn't third right now. She is in a good position for those last 4 challenges this year.
So she definitely wants to back up her results, like leaving no space for others to overtake her, and potentially also going for a win and podiums to be on the top of that qualification list. Seeing a bit of a different line choice from her here than what we just saw from Jacqueline. And also finding the good snow, having good speed here. And just, powder pocket.
She's also living in Le Jable, which is the village at the bottom of Verbier, where actually quite a few riders find a base to themselves, because Verbier itself can get ridiculously expensive when it comes to accommodation. So living down the hill in Le Jable is a very affordable communication for many of the riders.
And offers access as well to Bruzon as to Verbier. And also to the great judging, great training facilities they have, in the sense of like good coaches and a great crew. Freeriding is a one show, or one man or one woman show in the competition, but freeriding as a sport is a team sport for sure. You don't want to be out alone. You want to have your buddies to evolve and to also look after you. Great bottom part here, there, from Gozia with a tiny problem. But nevertheless, I feel it was a strong run. Definitely some features which we haven't seen yet in that field. And showing what the ladies are up to today. And also what's possible, eh? That's going to be interesting what the judges do make of that run. Because there was a lot of action, but then there was also a tiny bit of insecurities there.
Yeah, there was some hesitation ahead of 1 or 2 of those airs. Well, I'm happy that we don't have to judge, right?
Yeah, it's like judging. You can't overestimate how complex it is, and just really valuing the concentration and commitment those judges
That was
had. But
the
that
move
was
of the run. That was
beautiful.
really, yeah, definitely bigger than some of the boys went at that very spot. So we can be pretty proud of that, because awesome. Yeah, judging is a matter of years of collecting knowledge and dedication. They sit here today for 3.5, 4 hours. They have no time to rest, and they got to be super focused, especially in the big fields like this in men's skiing, when you have 25, 30 riders. It gets really difficult.
And sitting in second with 52.33. So definitely some heavy deductions for those little technical issues.
Exactly, definitely gaining points for the main feature at the bottom, but there were a couple of other features at the top which approached too
And next up, Julia Bottasin, used to be in Innsbruck, now also in Verbier. Great human, just super fun to hang out and ride with. And very, very creative. The goofy rider. Seen her doing amazing stuff over the years. Also riding for Slash, so also in touch with Gigi Ruf. So some amazing people to look up to in her running. And drop in.
She won this year's opening event, the Open Faces Silvette Montafon Challenger by Orage in February. So she can come in with all the confidence of a victory, and she uses that confidence to go for a 3 right away, the first wind lip. Unfortunately, not being able to hold it at the landing. We see her in the upper right half of the picture. We saw it disappearing, but it definitely sent her into some kind of trouble. But I like that confidence of Julia to do a 3 so early up in her run.
Yeah, she just loves going for it, loves snowboarding, basically dedicating her life to it, really doing side jobs while she's just forwarding her snowboarding career.
Yeah, you must have been riding together a lot in those 5 or so years when she lived in Innsbruck.
Yeah. I mean, every now and then, whenever I could catch up with her. You can see she is a good rider and just very committed with her progression as well. She's training hard. And doing another 3 and executing that one solid.
3 by Julia, perfectly landed. Well, I hope that can make up for the loss of points at the landing of the upper one. We don't see, runs in the women's snowboarding field with 2 360s that often. So stoked to see it from Julia.
Yep. And yeah, it's definitely it's a nice one. Oy. And definitely good for the soul. Just good for her riding and for her feel after the run, which is so important because, as we just said before, for the Challenger riders, it's not the last competition. They still have to keep up the mojo, have to stay in tension, keep performing, and it's a long season.
Well,
Beautiful last drop.
If they will see some major deductions here in points, I really liked, how she pushed it and how she went for the 3s and that big cliff in the middle. Julia was a really strong performance.
Yeah, and she definitely can be proud of her for that performance because, she tried to make the most of that phase with those snow conditions today, and it was not much she was missing at the top.
No, and it's a long girl for a small girl from a town north of Venice to the mountains to Innsbruck and now to Verbier, and then to show such a great performance at a Freeride World Tour Challenger.
Absolutely. So replay. That was the clean one. And that beautiful straight air, with a lot of self-confidence, perfectly stumped. And then there, trying to find the proper takeoff and the proper landing, and then, unfortunately, losing it a bit down there in the compression, but then making it up again with the last drop. Yeah, and 64 points for Julia. So judges do value her commitment. Because even though, which I think is great, because, the snowboard girls or snowboard women, they just gotta level it up.
Those 2 360s she did and that cliff drop, she didn't slide into those. They were with full speed over the roller, so that really shows. But now, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts. This is your current leader in the Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orage ranking. A victory in Onda just 2 weeks ago, and the second place in Montafon. She's been dominating this year's contest series. She wants to go back to the World Tour, where she has performed really well. That's Tiffany Peretta.
Yeah, physiotherapist by profession, so she also knows how to train and treat her body well. Also having some camps for ladies, leading them, trying to work for the next generation too. She's also just getting a free-rided snowboard instructor and the highest level possible, and is just committed to really show her skills.
37 years of age and still performing so greatly, and with all that experience of an almost endless amount of competition she's done throughout her career.
Yeah, also is a former Freeride World Tour champion as well. We've been competing together, and yeah, perfect, straight here with a great landing. And just stoked to see her going for it too. I'm like,
and also, you know, at sorry to say so, but at the age of 37, after already having won the Freeride World Tour title, still going back to those challenges, right? And do all those comps, trying to collect those precious points to go back to the tour. Wow, that shows so much passion and so much determination.
Yeah, she really, really, really loves snowboarding. It's like her elixir of life.
Reminds me of you.
And yeah, and she's just, I mean, that was also super good run off her. Wow. And I'm just loving it that this phase basically gives the possibility for the female snowboarders as well to show off their freestyle skills.
That is true, yeah.
Because they kind of have to as well, because there's not that many proper straight airs and cliffs for them with proper landings. So yeah, it comes down to basically showing off what you got in your freestyle pocket. Yeah, Tiff, lovely. What a good run. And watching the replay, nice floater there. Just going smart about it, also choosing the landings in the shade mainly.
Yeah,
Except
fluid
this
and
one
look, this beautiful.
Yeah.
So fluid and no major hiccups. So I dare to say that this Tiffany will be our new leader in this women's snowboarding competition.
And that was sick takeoff over some grass, basically. Yeah, Tiff.
85-33. That's a solid 20 points lead ahead of Julia Pocassin. That's a new score to beat. No time to rest as we're already back at the start, but with Laurence Barrault.
Also 37 years of age. It's cool to see my generation performing here. And also she has a body language-wise very committed start. You can see how the board moves, that the snow is not soft, and that you really gotta be in control. Traversing on her front side there to line up her next section.
Started on the qualifier series in 2017 and has worked her way up step by step to this first challenge this season.
Beautiful shots here from drone perspective.
Yeah, I really like those drone shots today, right? So the Barbie angle, which is this one, don't really do the rider's performance and the face justice. Really like those drone shots today.
Yeah, it's hard to grasp the morphology of these like little blips and couloirs from this like frontal viewpoint we're having, and the drone kind of gets it a bit better, also showing what you actually can do on this face. Yeah, multiple takeoffs, multiple landings.
Yes, we are.
And Laurence there at the last in the last third of the
solid
venue.
and fluid riding, potentially lacking the freestyle part and the size of features compared to Tiffany, but a very clean approach so far.
Yeah, also skipping a feature here in the bottom part. Oh yeah, going for the other one.
Laurence is originally from the Pyrenees. It has brought some of the world's greatest snowboarders like the Delarue family, and now lives in Verbier, so many others in the heart of Europe.
And clean run past the judging line now for Laurence. But yeah, comparing it to, I mean, now it's a bit unfair because we've just been comparing her to Tiff, who was just having this amazing run just right before. But a cool thing for her is there was no technical mistake. So that's important to value as well. Smart line choice for sure. Working those features. And she seems all right with her run.
Yeah, she needs 58 points to go into the top 3. That's Jacqueline de Jong's score right now.
Which I think is definitely should be all right with that score.
Yeah. So, Mana, what do you think? Will you be keen to be up there in the start gate and compete yourself?
Kind of yes, kind of no. I've been waking up today like full on excited, like if I would be in the start gate, I have to remind myself, I gotta be focused in a different way today. Yeah, and Laurence, 60.67 points, sitting in third now.
And I love Tiff here, you know, clapping hands, pointing hard out. That freeride community is so great. None of the riders is competing against anyone else except for against himself. That camaraderie is really legendary in the Challenger Series as well as on the World Tour.
And Ellie Dalton Richard up next.
A third French rider in a row. And we go from 37 years of Laurence and Tiffany to 19 years of age. So Ellie is pretty much half the age of the two riders before. She could well be the daughter of Tiff or Laurence age-wise. That's how widespread the age range is in this women's snowboarding field. And I think it's really amazing that we have kids at 19 and super experienced riders in the late 30s. Super fluid riding here by Ellie. I think this ridge looks so spectacular, right?
And
with the drone.
Seems to have great snow as well. She's like putting some slashes there. And now entering into the shadow side a bit more, trying to find her features. Solid little jump there.
She is a ruling Freeride World Junior champion. Yeah, so couple marked a big step in her career where she took away the win in Snowboard Women's Field, and that also gave her the chance to go right into the Challenger Series.
And what we see with that CV basically is that experience is not pinned to age anymore, but there can be riders with multiple years of competition experience under their belt in like with just 18 or 19 or 20 years of age because they've been competing in the juniors. Beautiful jump there. Slight tiny bit of problems in the landing. Basically landed it though. And then had a little bit of a slide. And made it past the judging line. Just a cool run for her with one little technical mistake. She's definitely gonna try to just leave her mark that season, feel it out, get in touch with the new field.
Exactly, and she has another almost 20, she easily has 20 more years to compete, to get all this experience. And I'm sure she will stack it up in the future in her performances a lot.
Yeah, and it's just also important for a good performance that you just feel confident with your riding buddies, with your riding, and having that community. And we see pushing each other. Beautiful drop here from Ellie. And just also trying to elevate the next generation. And traveling and also performance is just so much more fun. And you're getting so much better riding with all those experienced riders too.
Exactly. You got to not only think out of the box with freeride, you got to get out of the box and get out there and ride in different conditions with different riders to improve.
Judges taking a tiny bit of time there to really make sure that they're doing the proper ranking.
And Ellie always sending props to her coach, Maël Murray, who's probably watching right now at home in Alpine. All right, she needs 60 points for
62
third place.
points.
There we go, 62.
Sliding into third place here. Well, that's a good result for her.
That's a good result, but we still have 5 riders up there. 2 former Freeride World Tour riders, so there's still a couple of heavy hitters
and
waiting
also
behind that start gate.
Selina just missing the World Tour for one sport last year and then doing an amazing film project in Alaska. Super committed sportswoman. She's also like doing a lot of trail running and stuff, like definitely in a very great shape, and you can see that on her riding.
And Selina has won this competition last year, winner of the 2025 edition of the X Override Kitzsteinhorn Challenger. So she knows what it's like to be at the very top of the podium here in Kaprun.
Finding untracked fresh snow, beautiful grab there. Using those lips as take-off ramps for her action. It's the first lady we're seeing now in the left part of the face, right? And as we just saw with the Snowboard Men category before, that part can definitely lead to a podium finish.
It can, and she wants a podium finish because she was third at the Challenger ranking 2 years ago. She was second last year. She sits in fourth now, but only that first spot in the year will guarantee a ticket for the Freeride World Tour.
Yeah, it's a crazy battle in between the women snowboarders for that one precious ticket. And it's also a mental struggle to know that you just gotta be the best.
It's true. And with Tiffany Pertin, Nure Castambo, and Sarah Bacher, there's three, major contenders that she's competing with. So not an easy task for Selena as she's approaching this bottom cliff, riding it out. Come on, stay on your feet. Well done. That's where all that training pays off.
Yeah, great technique here. She's also super confident in real big mountains and big mountain riding. And also always up for like those grand splitboard missions into the middle of nowhere. So, but then her competition runs, we've also seen amazing runs from her over the years. So I'm curious what the judges will do with that, adding a little bonus air just for the pleasure at the bottom here.
Riding for the Sinal Freeride team, Selena Weber out of Germany.
And also a high performer. She has been doing her masters in Lausanne. I'm not sure if she's going to be approaching a PhD. But a definitely organizational talent, because she's been pulling off all those big filming projects with a lot of gear. Crazy.
She got a master's degree. She competes at the Challenger. She does a film project. She has broken her back before in an avalanche accident. Accidents recovered. So a lot of adventures in the life of Selena Weber.
And she's also in the Protect Our Winters Athlete Alliance, just because we see this sticker there. So also super active to protect what we love, which means all the snow.
Awesome.
And climate.
Since you see that logo there in the back, LM Energy, Chris Geisler organized, want to point out big thanks to LM Energy as one of the local partners ahead of Kitzsteinhorn and Therm-ic, who've been carrying this event for many years, and he wants to give back as much as he can for the support.
And also Doppelmayr here with the local sponsors. And second place for Selena Weber. Yeah, congrats, 67.3 straight points. Yeah, Selena really showing off what she's capable.
4 more riders in the start gate in today's women's snowboard competition, and the first one is another Frenchie. It's Louis Rouy.
Sitting in 6th right now at the Challengers ranking. Also going for that far Lucas left, riders right towards the slope where
And
we
we
can
have
see
seen
spectators accumulating.
Exactly. We have seen immense snowboarding going over there, meant 3rd place. For Nicolas Huber, so we'll see what Louis can find on that far Lucas left, rider's right side.
First action done and dusted. Clean landing of her first drop there. And another one lined up.
It seems really
Good
wide
size
open
drop.
there. It looks like it's almost easy over there to get some, big turns in. And there's still plenty of features to play with.
Yeah, I agree. I feel it's a smart choice to go over there. Also now that little transfer-like feature. Definitely like having a lot of airtime already for just being halfway down the face.
Exactly. Now she's transferring to the middle part of the venue, actually crossing even further over.
And having good speed. Nice one there. Yeah, just really making the most out of that terrain. We can just...
Yeah, and really
Good
determined
speed.
riding. She's
Yeah.
really aiming for those features. So very complete run so far by Louis. Yeah, really mature riding.
Yeah. And also good snow. We can see the sprays. And another feature. Yeah, she's just stacking it up, collecting those points. in a very smart way.
Very,
and
very
past the
complete run,
judging
right?
line.
Very
Yeah.
fast and really knowing where she's going, adding feature after feature after feature.
And no hesitation whatsoever in any place, so that's really cool as well. And now just the few turns for the soul, the few jumps for the soul, and for the other riders as well, watching here. Now seeing Lou going through the finish line. Yes, she can be proud of that one.
Well, part of the Lersac Free Ski Academy founded by Xavier Troubat, aka Leexe, who will see 5 more skiers that come from the Free Ski Academy later on. And Louis is training with those skiers. I think that shows in her riding. She has to keep up with those skiers, and she has to be quick as she's riding. The second place, 78.33. Solid score for Louis. Yeah, that's 10 points ahead of Selina Weber. And a solid second place. And she really deserves that.
Yeah,
Presenting her
and kind
sponsors.
of proving the point that left part of the value looks left part of the venue, definitely. But now giving it up for Nuria Gastambaron. Super talented. Also relocated to Innsbruck from her hometown north of Barcelona, from the Pyrenees.
A former runner-up world champion, I think 2024, she finished second on the World Tour, and she's one of those girls that has worked so hard over the years to improve in her riding. And she's become a director, she's working on film projects, has done a great documentary about her avalanche accident that happened on her way in the morning of the finals of the World Tour on the way up to the Baqueira. And she was super devastated not to have the chance to qualify in 2 more competitions for the rest of the season of the World Tour, but now she has the chance to re-qualify through the challenges.
Yeah, kind of unlucky. She has been a bit unlucky with the 2 runs of the Freeride World Tour for sure. We know she can do more. We've seen amazing freestyle, but also amazing big mountain riding of her. And yeah, showing that, sending it deep down that wind lip there. And keeping that, like, she's an aggressive rider. She really evolved her speed and her commitment over the years on her board. Definitely always going fast. Also, if you go out riding with her, it really is hard to keep up, which I love because it's so important. Like having that speed and fluidity is just really making a good run.
Maybe you're getting slower these days.
Not sure, but when I was out with Sarah and Nuria riding, they were definitely going for it, and it was lovely to see. It's just cool to see those ladies just really evolving over the years and just getting better and better. Really trying to get to the top of their potential. Yeah, lining it up smartly there. Avoiding that compression at the bottom over that little cleft. Perfect. Nice run, Nuria. Yay, yay. Definitely one she can be proud of. Maybe missing a bit the freestyle part, which we know she's capable of.
Yeah, that's true. Well, she was devastated not making the cut and being in Alaska right now for the 5th stop of the Freeride World Tour. And it was for sure very hard for her to like reset the mind, to these competitions here and going for a requalification.
Yeah, you'll be able here in Europe to watch the Freeride World Tour live from Alaska tonight, like I think 8 p.m. But now let's watch the replay of Nuria.
And to make it clear one more time, so the World Tour riders that have not made the cut have the right to come here to the Challenger Series and try to requalify. They obviously missed the first 2 challenge events of the season, but they have 4 chances to collect points and 4 events count, maximum towards the ranking at the end of the season anyway.
Yes, it's a great chance, time-wise, to requalify for the World Tour riders, but they also have a set ticket for the challenges next season anyways.
Exactly. There was a big discussion in the desk between organizers and riders, but eventually it seems like a fair solution since they only have 4 events here, the challenges, so they have 2 chances, so to say.
Yeah, and I mean, it is a pity that the Freeride World Tour, the stops had to be cancelled due to the lack of snow or just too complex snow conditions. And it's, Nuria sliding in 5th with 63.33. And the judges there probably, we are just missing those freestyle features.
Yeah, and I think the judging is really good so far. Tiffany and Louis really showed some outstanding runs today.
And
But
then,
now let's focus on our Austrian contender here.
Yeah, focus on Sarah Bacher. Yeah, I do have a deep connection with that lady because we've been training together over the years. She's kind of the runner-up from the east of Austria, just taking over that baton to the Freeride World Tour. Managed to qualify for the Freeride World Tour last year with a really sick run in Obertauern with massive features. So, and I know that she can do pretty much everything. Threes, backflips, you name it. Let's see what she's able to show today.
And she is for sure one of the funniest persons on the whole freeride circuit.
She loves life.
She loves life. Always up for being dressed funny and a good party and a couple of jokes. Using that front side, which makes it easy to traverse over to that looker's left. And we have seen really great ones over there, including the one of Louis Rui, which sits in second with 78 points. So maybe Sarah aims for the same area over there.
First little clip, airtime. And let's see what she has planned for us today. Second one, just collecting points, feeling the snow there in the beginning, trying to just like get the perfect speed for all those jumps and landings.
Yeah, good rhythm so far. It's always nice when you have that rhythm to do a couple of turns, a jump, a couple of turns, a jump, right? That really feels natural and you get into that flow top to bottom.
Yeah, and also those, like also keeping up the momentum and the action for the judges so that you're collecting those points you need. Sarah now is still short of one of the more big features, but let's see. She is up for something, lining it up, finding the tranny, the good landing here.
Yeah, but really creative line choice. Going, over the shoulder and hopping back into it. Now she's in the gully where she can really do some powder turns. This is where the snow has accumulated the most and it still looks very fresh.
Yeah, finding the good snow there, but then now out of that gully, off for the features. A bit of a backside slide in there. Yeah, because she had to control the speed to be able to make that second jump at the bottom work.
So that was the plan beginning to do it like as a double. Now we know why she did that backside sliding ahead of that first takeoff.
And now she's after the judging line. Well, solid run. Kind of unfortunately not really putting in any of her freestyle skills. So we'll see what places her. But I guess for her it's also just important to now get a solid result, to get a good starting in the Freeride Challenger series and just feel it out as well.
Exactly. 63 points are needed for the top 5 or 67 for the podium right now for Sarah Bacher.
So looking at the replay, that one was taken smart, just swallowing, and then that one just jumping off. And that was the bottom part where she kind of had to do some speed check. 65 points for Sarah, sitting in fourth now. So that's definitely a solid backup result for her. Yes, Sarah, nice one.
That's definitely a keeper for Sarah Bacher. Who else is up there today in the women's snowboarding field? Brioni Johnson.
Yeah, Brioni also used
Sorry.
to be placed in Innsbruck. Great park rider as well. She was actually a park shaper up on Nordkette, riding for Nitro. And yeah, from Australia, doing those back-to-back winter season lifestyle. No break for her ever. In great shape, that lady really is.
That is so amazing. I mean, I was a pro rider for almost 20 years, but I love those summers, grab that surfboards and go to Indonesia or South America and just forget about it for a couple of weeks, a month. But back-to-back seasons, that's really amazing. And girls like Brony have my full respect to turn it into a 12-month winter.
I think she's doing some summer breaks in between too, but yeah, in general, she's separating her life between the northern and southern hemisphere. Also up to the Lucas left, rider's right side of the face, where we've seen some amazing runs already today.
She's a 2025 Challenger winner and then spent 1 year on the tour. Oh, sorry, no, it was in the wrong line there. Excuse me,
Nope,
ladies and gentlemen.
that's-
She was,
that's not
she was
Bryony.
close. She was sixth last year, right? So just 4 points shy of a Pro Tour qualification.
And yeah, also seeing her next to the slope on the left part. Found like it's a little airtime there. Like, why not take that along? Gonna be 1 or 2 points. Perfect.
Does she still spend some of her time in Japan? I mean, she wrote that.
Yeah, I think she's always going there every now in between again. But also this season she's located in Innsbruck. We just had a little chat yesterday. And now trying to find features in that gully. Like changing between the sun and the shade with beautiful turns. And let's see her lower part. Also, I know of her that she also has a whole bag of tricks if she can find the right features to execute some. And another good air for before the judging line, stomping that cleanly. And now she's out of sight of the judges whenever they're... That's why the judging line is a bit further up the venue, because when riders do disappear behind that little ridge, the judges can't see them anymore. So yesterday in the riders meeting it was specified that that's why the judging ends there, because we can't, like, judges can't really verify what riders do behind that hill.
Yeah,
And Bryony
judges can only judge what they can see.
through the finish arc of Zell am See Kaprun here on the beautiful Kitzsteinhorn. Also a solid run, no bigger mistakes whatsoever.
Brian Johnson.
And hugs with the other riders.
Brian Johnson completing the women's snowboarding field at today's Freeride World Tour Challenger Kitzsteinhorn by Orage. A 20th edition this year. Well, it's been organized for 5 years, but 2 or 3 years had to be cancelled because of snow conditions, COVID, or other reasons. But it's the 20th edition this year.
That's going to be interesting how the judges will place that run.
Yeah. She needs 67 points for third place. So that podium is well within reach for Bryony Johnson. But she's got it over the 67. There it is, 70 points.
70 points.
Keki Selena Weber off that
Sliding
podium.
onto that podium.
And that's a
And
stoke,
she's
Darcy girl.
happy as, yay. Congrats. So let's have a look.
I know someone who's going to be partying at the upper ski today for sure.
Yeah.
Tiffany Perrotin showing her dominance this year at the Freeride World Tour Challenger by Raj Circuit with 85 points. With Louis in second with also a great and playful run. And Brian Johnson, the last competitor of the day in this category, sneaking into third place. Really great runs in this, among those top ranked riders in the women's snowboarding category.
Absolutely. Definitely top 5, top 6 showed amazing runs today, showing what's possible on that new phase. And now off to the next category for the ski women.
Ski women, also super international field with 4 Frenchies and 2 Spaniards. Right? That's where the money is, obviously.
And then and the flower ceremony, happy winner, happy podium for sure. Yeah, Tiff, absolutely.
Bryony to the right, Tiff in the middle, and Louis on the left-hand side representing Free Ski Academy. Congratulations to all 3 of you for the podium.
Yeah, congrats. What a good show. Yeah, you can see the pressure falling off those riders once they've done their runs. And getting ready for the ski women here. Let's see how they are able to deal with the snow and the new phase.
So the judges, renewing their sun cream layers. Wait, that's us in a little commentator's cabin, which is heating up a lot because it's beautiful up here. The sun's shining, not a single cloud in the sky. Manu, quick wrap up about competition so far. How do you like the Snowboarders show?
Absolutely amazing. Snowboarders show was great. Kind of core snowboarding, showing a lot of tricks on these very playful face and with so many features each run. Before we were discussing how many features can you actually stack into a run. I think the most we have seen was up to like 7-ish. So that's pretty cool.
That is amazing. And we said before, it was not the easiest for snowboarders in these snow conditions, right? Because snowboarding was invented for powder, and we only have a few centimeters of that today. But now we're ready for skiers. The girl will come first, followed by the men skiers. And I think we can be ready for some great performances here.
Yeah, we're going to see some amazing stuff happening. And just remember, like, everything is never been done before on that face during a competition. So what we see is like a true pioneer competition here, which is really, really cool.
But you can already say after 2 categories down that this venue has proven that it does function really well as a freeride competition venue. And that's also a promise for the future. If the main face is not working, this is not just a plan B, it's a super great alternative.
Absolutely. Yeah, just Kitzsteinhorn having this great time.
Look at Bryony Johnson smile. She is all happy.
With Sarah there. And also Nuria. Yeah, that's the Innsbruck gang, the Innsbruck female snowboard competition gang right now. Having great vibes and sharing a lot of adventures together, which is also so cool because they can travel together, they can inspire each other, they also push each other quite a lot.
And last year at the Freeride World Tour Junior Three-Star competition in Fieberbrunn, 2 European champions were crowned. Yeah, in snowboarding under 14, boys and girls. Both champs come from Innsbruck this year, so there's a lot of talent behind those girls as well coming up. It's a start for the ski women category. Kelly Perdon from France, 25 years of age, trained by Kevin Curie, skiing out of Val Thorens, is on course.
Sitting in 6th right now at the ranking of the challengers, so definitely a solid rider. We can see starting her run with a lot of speed. And strong technique up on that ridge.
Yeah, she is a great skier. Last year she won the challenge in La Rosière, so she definitely has the talent and the capability to be at the top spot anytime at any of those challenges. A really creative line choice, up and down those hills, transferring from one side to the other. And it's not easy because obviously snow conditions do change. You have those powderish north faces and obviously those a little trickier and harder south faces. But she makes short use of it and just goes left and right and collects a lot of airs.
Collects a lot of airs and definitely showing off her strength here. Skiing and also core strength. We've seen some landings and a beautiful drop there.
Yeah, and solid overall speed, never really shutting it down, just keeping it very fluid.
And approaching the last features there.
Almost too fast. Almost went right past it. Oh no!
Just up to the judging line. Let's see what the judges will do with that.
That is a tough one right now, but it looks like it is below the judging line. What do you reckon?
She kind of crashed onto the judging line. So it's like definitely like,
so
yeah, depending.
The spot where she got back up was definitely below the judging line.
Yeah.
So, well, I think we will see right away in the score that we'll get from our judges where they did see her, but let's hope it was after the judging line because
let's
it was
hope
a great
for
run.
her, yeah. Yeah, the compression here at the very bottom is not to underestimate. The snow gets kind of uneven. There is some little bumps and stuff and just variation in the snowpack, and it's not easy to then hold it together if you're getting in there with like full speed. So let's hope for her that she just crashed after the judging line. Beautiful replay, beautiful pics from the drone there. That's where she was really using her core.
So let's review that. She just raced out the first compression, second compression. I think the trouble started right before the starting line, but the actual crash happened afterwards.
Yeah, that's a toughie now because
cool.
it was actually even asked at the riders' meeting yesterday.
Yeah, and Maxime Jablot asked what happens if he jumps over the judging line and then crashes.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, in the end, it's just the judges kind of need to decide their stance on this, basically, and it has to be the same for everyone. So if they judge that as a crash, then everything else, every trouble which starts before, and they didn't judge it as a crash.
so
75, 6, 7 points for Kelly. Solid
Kelly
run.
Baudon with a solid run. Lucky at the end, he says he did crash and that took her down, but it was right after the judging line, and she's happily taking those 75 points as the first score in the women's ski category.
Definitely a solid result for her. Yeah, and you also sometimes when free riding you need a bit of luck.
Yeah.
Eh? Eva Battola, also a well-known name, leading the rankings right now in the Challenger. Has shown some amazing riding this year already.
Yeah, she finished 5th last year in the challenge ranking, so just 3 spots behind the qualification for the tour. And right now she is totally on course for the Field World Tour 2027.
Going in there with huge self-confidence. Already showed what she's capable of. And first little jump to feel it out. Solid speed. Yeah, just stacking those features. Pretty fast riding off her.
Yeah, showing great skiing technique here on that shadowy side of the big half pipe, which the best conditions of snow are to be found.
Now, yeah, taking that drop deep as. Still finding the perfect landing. And linking it with the next feature. Beautiful. Yeah, you can see why she won some competitions for sure. And now another little one. And ooh.
Yeah, it does make a huge difference for the judges if you ride into a feature right with speed or if you slow down and side slip right before it.
Yeah, it's like fluidity deductions are huge, especially compared with other riders. It's always like, wow, woo, into the flat. Well, that took some strong glutes there. Amazing landing though.
Yeah, we have
and making
not
it
seen
over the judging line.
a lot of riders going for that last feature because the landing is very flat and you're 20 meters away from the judging line. So it'd be heartbreaking to see one go down there. So here comes the mandatory transfer.
Yeah, strong riding from Eva there, definitely. You can see what she got there. Super beautiful.
Verbier, Peak Performance, Focus Water, and K2, her partners. This was really like super G turns that she did in that upper part.
Racing in the upper part and then linking many features. Straight airs, but taking them far and deep down without any hesitation.
So, everyone at home, if you want to see the current ranking in those categories, you can go to a website called liveheats.com. That's liveheats.com. And you enter FIS Freeride Europe and you'll find this event, and then you can check out the rankings as the judges put them in the system, so you always have the full ranking of each category, also of the one that's up and running right now on your screen. Second place so far for Eva Battola. It's really hard to evaluate, how much is worth right now. Are we going to go into the 80s or 90s for the goals now, or is this going to be a great score already? So, another Austrian up there in the start gate, Ulla Gio from Salzburg, also spending most of the time in Innsbruck, where she also coaches a group at Freeride Academy. Thank you, Ulla, for that, for your passion to work with the kids.
Yeah, also of Ulla, we know that she also has it all. She has those super strong legs, the perfect technique. She can do some freestyle. And she's also won competitions before. She's been 2024, she won the Engadin Snow 4-star, and she knows how that podium feels. So let's see. Maybe she's gonna like put a proper run down today.
Olaf is also a certified ski instructor of the highest level and a ski guide, and she was really unlucky many of those past comps. She, a lot of times going for it and then, you know, having some unfortunate crashes that really worked on her state of mind. But there she goes with a 3 and she lands it. Oh man, I really hope for her that she puts a run down. She really deserves it. Deserves to have a good one under her feet now.
Perfect technique from Ulla there. Working that ridge.
Yeah, I'm sure her kids from the Freeride Academy group in Innsbruck are sneaking the phone under her table in the schools right now to make sure they can watch Ulla riding.
One.
Nice.
Yeah,
into
Ulla.
the pipe, out of the pipe.
That's what we like to see. And now, kind of in halfway down the face, and already having so many nice features linked up, so that's pretty damn cool. Yeah, taking that one super fast as well with a little grab, I think.
Great run so far by Ulla Schio. 2 more features left for her. Here is the first one.
Wow! Deep and fast.
It looks very solid so far. So one last feature to go. Stay on your feet, Ulla. Please, all the way to the judging line.
We are getting excited here now because,
that's the last feature with the flat landing.
Yeah. And she made it down. Yeah, Ulla. Woohoo! What a run. Beautiful.
And you could see how much it meant to her. The moment she crossed that judging line, her fists were up in the air, you know. So stoked. Oh, I'm so happy for you after so much disappointment and so many competitions.
Yeah.
You definitely deserve that one.
Oh man, what a run. So what we saw is just, one perfect trick, perfect execution, some really big features, definitely taking those features the biggest we've seen so far. So let's hope for a good result there. And the replay, nice one.
I was so worried she had a crash there when she disappeared behind the window.
Yeah, but that was perfect. She was perfect speed check also there.
But I really like the body language from her top to bottom. She just seemed confident and more casual than in other comps, and that really did reflect in her riding in the performance. 85 points for Ulla. She can't believe it. She's like, I haven't seen this figure, you know, next to my name and a lot of comps. Wow.
Yeah, Ulla, I'm totally losing it here. Trying to hold my breath because now I was super excited. I'm happy, yes, for you. Well earned. What a run. But now another one, strong contender as well, Mila de la Rue.
We will know in a minute what this score is worth because Mila de la Rue has shown no holding back on the events of this season. She is going in all or nothing on every single run.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously from a family who knows how to charge and really do crazy stuff as well. She has been featured on some movie project. She has that big mountain skills, but she also has all the freestyle skills, has been competing in the juniors as well, I think.
Yeah, and most of all, I think she has the mindset. I mean, she goes for big mountain moves and with an all or nothing attitude that is not very frequently seen. And I really think that's her biggest asset.
Yeah, and she's just 20 years young, so there is many years of competing still in front of her if she wishes so.
Nice approach to that mid-air. Just really fluid, no hesitation, sending it all the way to the end of the landing.
And also adding in some style points with that. Yeah, and next one. Ooh, taking that one deep as well. Nice one.
Yeah, really early takeoff, going a lot bigger than other riders here. It might be a bit too mellow of a venue for Mila, who's really young, you know, ready to go for these big mountain moves in the gnarly and steep terrain.
But yeah, she has been a bit, I mean, she's sitting in 11th. in the ranking right now, so she has been a tiny bit unlucky that season, was not able to really bring down her runs and really showing off all her skills during her competitions. So I guess what she is searching here for is a proper backup result, which I feel she definitely achieved. Yeah, she's happy, that's important.
That was the 3 at the top. Yeah, definitely not going at the 110% that we have seen so many times during her runs. But after 2 crashes, you know, she kind of had to make sure she's putting a safe one in there.
Beautiful.
And yeah, and I really liked how she pretty much supersized all of her airs. Yeah. 80 points. Strong results, strong riding, really smart riding most of Formula. So that's definitely going to be a big keeper result for you with those 80 points. And you know, you gotta get yourself out of the pot, really. If you have 2 crashes and you know you might only have 2 throwaway results, then you know you're under pressure. And
yeah, so genius riding here from her, because she did what she needed to kind of stay in the game for those Freeride World Tour spots.
Exactly, not risking too much, but still gaining 80 points. That was really a nice split she did there.
Absolutely, and also that takes so much mental strength. It's a lot easier to go in like giving it all than to try and do that tempered run.
I talked to a couple of riders like this. Also, Wale Reiner, who we're going to see later, who just you know, didn't make the cut for the World Tour, and says, hey, you have only 4 chances. Yeah, you're not going to have any throwaway result if you want to requalify. And he said, well, I'm still going 100%. And then we have others like Paul Danton. I said, well, I'm going to go 80%. So really interesting to see how the riders approach it tactically at this 3rd stop of the Freeride World Tour Challenger Series by Orange.
And on course, Elisabeth Marina from Spain, 26 years young, sitting in 10th place right now in the ranking. And also up on that central ridge. Maybe with a bit less speed, but yeah, trying to find her perfect takeoff, taking that one deep.
Had a great run at the F5 Freeride World Championships in Andorra earlier this year, where she was allowed to represent her country with a 6th place.
Nice. And just finding those beautiful longer turns down the Verbier, lining up her next feature. A bit slow there. It's those blind takeoffs which really need commitment. But she's playing it a bit like the snowboarders, like really working those natural half pipes, the couloirs. Now approaching the last jump. No mistakes whatsoever during that run. It's fluid and fast. Maybe missing the big features a bit, or the number of the features, but anyways, solid run for Elisabeth here.
Yeah, we have seen a lot of similar runs in each of those categories, so it's really nuances then that make the difference for us and also for the judges. Yeah, do I take this roller with like 10 or 15 or 20 k's of speed, make the difference in the size of the jump, also in the momentum that the whole run reflects, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And not an easy job, because you gotta be so precise with your judging, remembering all the runs from that category before. And now replay, yeah, she took that one super nice. And beautiful drone angle there. Yeah, and there you see the flat landing, see. So gonna be interesting where the judges put her. And
4th place was 71.67 for Elisabeth Marina for the time being.
So, and then Lea Chapuis, hoping to say that right, in the start gate, 28 years old. And she is right now sitting in 3rd in the ranking.
Yeah, looking very strong this season, Leah.
Going out full GS race style right out of the start gate. body language is full on. She's
Yeah, she's really
super
motivated.
fast.
I like
Wow.
that wide stance at her feet, you know, making it very stable.
And straighter into that couloir. And just playing in the shady side there, linking the turns with the features without any hesitation whatsoever. Collecting those precious points.
Yeah, coming from Chamonix, did a lot of ski racing when she was younger and said she was really disillusioned by all the racing, but now she found her passion back into freeriding. But you can see that she has background in those turns. Full throttle.
Yep, perfect technique. The skis are so well controlled. Amazing. If you'd never see it.
Stomping that last landing onto the
Yes.
flats,
Nice
showing her
run.
strong legs.
Yes, straightforward with a lot of speed, a lot of air time. That's pretty damn cool. Definitely one of the fastest runs we've seen so far. And even though in freeride we are not really counting the seconds anyone needs down that face, fluidity
Yeah.
is still a value.
That's definitely a threat now for Kelly Breton, who sits on third place with 75 points. Because it was fast, it was straightforward, there were no mistakes. Maybe lacking the freestyle to challenge Mila Delarue and Ulla Gio on first and second place. But really strong riding. I really like that skiing style
Yeah.
of her.
Just so cool to see, like, her just sending it. Amazing. So let's see what the judges make of that. Haha, the girls sharing the hot seat there.
So as you see those airbag handles, kind of important to mention that airbags are compulsory at the Challenger Circuit series and at the Freeride World Tour. It's also like an educational thing, right? To make sure the riders use it, and then, you know, as their role models, also the younger riders know that this is really what should be used all the time.
Yeah, especially in a winter like this where we have this super complex snow layer. Okay, Lea sitting in fourth now with 73.67 points. Yeah, especially in a winter like we're having this year with this very unstable snow layer. You never really know what you're up to. Obviously, all the faces we are competing on are secured by professionals. But I mean, the riders are still out training, and it's just important that everybody knows what they are up to, that they are, all of us, all the riders also have to carry shovel, probe, and their transceiver in their backpacks. And
Exactly. Mia McNabb, since Elizabeth Garrison, former Freeride World Tour champion, is unfortunately not at the start at this challenge event. We move forward to bib 34, Mia McNabb from France.
sitting in fourth right now in the challenges.
Wow, showing us a new era thing. A big transfer up there. The drone angle almost didn't judge it, going faster than the drone.
Wow, that was a great start. A sneak peek of what might be possible still on that face regarding transfers. We've talked about it before. We think that there's some crazy possibilities. And she's
Another
just taking
solid
it
air.
deep, eh? Perfect. With a lot of speed. Ooh.
Wow, that's where all the training paid off when your back is almost touching the snow. But that is really costly in terms of energy as well. So those legs are going to be tired. Very similar to Mila Delarue with no hesitation, really determined early takeoffs and a lot of speed on all those jumps.
And she had so many features already, but she's still not down. There is some more things she can do in the lower part of that venue.
Well, Mia McNabb and Mila Delarue always hang out together at the challenges and probably scoping the lines together. That's why not surprised to see a similar bottom half of the run, similar style, similar speed.
Crazy good skiing, for sure.
So you see the score on the left-hand side of your screen. 75 points needed for a top 3 right now.
Yeah, curious what the judges make out of that. I think she had those big features, eh? She was really going for it.
I can't wait to
And
see
I
that
think that
top
was,
air one more time. Yeah.
And that have been some of the biggest features we've seen in that category, for sure. Wow, yeah, super creative. Also, if that goes wrong, that's not so much fun. So, good commitment there. And just linking everything super nicely with just using all the face, basically.
Mia also free ski Lizards crew. Props to Xavier Luex for training all those kids there. Overtaking Ola with 80, I'm picking 7. Yeah, that top air I think made that difference. That's the extra points. Congratulations, Mia. Sliding into first. Look at that smile.
Yeah, she earned that one for sure. Yeah, definitely a lot of commitment and a lot of the big features. So we also see judges rewarding the big features and the speed today. Super nice run. And I mean, 88 points, that's a lot to beat, hey?
That's a lot to beat, but well, there's still a couple girls up there who are totally capable of doing that.
For example, next one in the start gate. Maria Castelvi-Bono out of Spain, just 21 years young, sitting in 7th right now in the ranking. So also she definitely capable of riding in the top of the field.
Studies international business and marketing in Barcelona and skis mostly in Baqueira, which is just a couple hours north.
Wow, and a big straight.
Wow, and the footsteps of Ulla Gio up there with a big 3, so fully determined. It's only a couple of seconds into run that this lip comes up, and to do a 3 really needs a very strong mindset.
And yeah, and I think she even took it further than Ulla did, had trouble shutting down the speed, but managed it anyways.
Well, we could not see Ulla's landing on that because she was faster than the drone, but we did see Maria's.
And now going for another jump, taking it deep down. Yeah, I feel for the ski ladies that right ridge really offers a lot of features to work with.
Yeah, it does, and it was great to scope because that cliff bed sat right above it, so you could scope those lines very, very well, and you see that it does pay off for those riders who choose to go there. Losing the momentum a little bit, but aiming for something special, it seems. Wow. Finding a new air in the bottom half, especially. Great air, bottom air by Maria Castelvi-Bono.
So she also has it all, eh? She has that big straight, she has a great feature, which none of her category has done before. She has the fluidity, so that's going to get very interesting now.
Yeah, that really smells like another podium run. At the moment, we have Mia McNabb with 88, ahead of Ulla Gio with 85, and Mila Delary with 80. But Maria Castelvi-Bono with a big 360 and a new cliff drop in the bottom half of the face it's really challenging.
Absolutely.
Challenging those 3.
And I mean, that takeoff, it was intelligent of her to take her time to really properly scope that. It's a blind takeoff more or less. There's no other line leading down yet. So she really had to be sure where she's jumping off and also be committed for that rather flat landing.
Super exciting women's category here at the 2026 X Override Kitzsteinhorn Challenger by Iraj, the beautiful Therm-ic area. Newest course, the highest course dropping in all the time.
She definitely can be really happy about her run here.
Yeah, not surprised it takes a minute longer for the judges, because that's what they do if they're not 100% sure, because ones have been very similar. They have the right to take those extra 30, 60 seconds, maybe discuss a tiny little bit to come up with the correct score, because that's all about today's victory and the potential qualification for the World Tour. 81.33, third place for Maria Castelvi-Bono, just ahead of Mila Delary, securing her spot at the podium for now.
Yeah, following a long tradition of super strong Spanish female skiers, which we've seen over many years in the qualifiers, challenges, and also on the highest level. Really cool. So next one up, from Australia, Senna Farrell.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelt, because Senna is no girl of sadness. She typically goes all in speed at the FIS Freeride World Championships, where you had the most outstanding crash after an incredible run, or going for a big drop in Onda and having a brake crash afterwards, she always goes all in.
Yeah, also has been collecting some great results in the last years. And won the Challenger last year in Obertauern. So
Senna working for 6 months of the year as a lawyer in Australia to have the money to then ski 6 months of the year in the Alps.
So another free ride high performer in the face. Yeah, and taking that one beautifully, the floater with a bit of air and style at it.
Yeah, you need to be really strong in your mind for those transfers. You need to trust your judgment and your line scoping that you're going to be landing somewhere that you know you can land.
Yeah, good scoping skills needed. Also, she is searching for her takeoff there. Had to kind of abandon that plan. So solid run. Just, I think she missed the bottom feature, which I think was planned very differently, but that's how life goes. I feel she maybe wanted to go where Maria just went. But it's hard to scope.
With the 6th and the 11th, Sanna might have also played it a little bit tactically here to make sure she has a second keeper result.
Absolutely.
After the big crash in Onda.
Yeah, and also after a huge crash, it's so important to get your mind back into the game and just stomping a run.
Exactly.
Yes, and that was nice. Also that is like just nice linking of features. And another one. Yeah, she seems happy. Sitting in 9th right now with 66.67 points for Sanna. Maybe not the result she needed, but I think probably the run she just needed to get her head back into the game after a massive crash. Next one up, Ellie Olsen.
Ellie Olsen, well, her confidence must go through the roof right now because she's coming fresh from a victory at the last Challenger in Nonda just 2 weeks ago. And typically after victory, you're floating on this wave of confidence, and that can be really a key recipe for more great runs.
And she's also going in there with a lot of speed, showing off her skiing skills and technique. Now taking a bit slower up on the ridge to find her takeoff. Nice one. Stomp in the flat. Yeah, interesting, like definitely a very different face and condition than she was riding on in Nonda.
Yeah, the Mongol really provide classic powder conditions, but Ellie was a figure skater before, so she's going to be used to this hard sliding on this hard surface.
So she's used to rock solid landings basically. And yeah, being a figure skater probably also brings in a good range of freestyle skills.
Yeah. Like many Scandinavians, she's spending her winters in Engelberg.
Also perfect training terrain there for sure. She's been scoping it pretty good. That face found all her features. And now off past the judging line. So that was Ellie's campaign for the X-Over Kitzsteinhorn Challenger by Orage.
Definitely a bit more of a careful run compared to others we've seen, not pushing her limits and the limits of the possible on this venue too much. But with the result she has, she can totally allow herself to go a bit more conservative. Wow, well ridden that last part of the face past the judging line.
And maybe she just wants to have like a solid backup result she can lean on for the next competitions to go in full send again. But I mean, it's also depending, not every day is the same for a rider. Not every day you feel like you can actually full on charge.
That is
but
true.
It was still, and I mean, we are talking on a very high level there. It's like we are talking about not fully charging, but still stomping a solid 5 drops with full speed. So, yeah, we know that she can do more, but that is a solid result. 70 points, perfect.
8th place for now for Ellie Olsen, and we're looking back up to the last women's ski of today. I want to make sure I got this right because I already announced the end of the category. 2 early ones today. Vilde Freeride from Norway, currently sitting on 8th place, is her last skier of the day in the women's category.
And she managed to qualify for the Challenger Series last year, so it's her first season in the Challenger Series. Quite impressive to then already kind of sit in the top 10 of the ranking. Wow, also starting it off with a little straight and stomping that one. Nice. And adding another little air time. And in that right main couloir where we have seen some amazing runs already. And coming in from Norway, I mean, you're faced with a totally different set of organizational challenges as a freeride skier too, because most of the competitions are in mainland Europe. So you kind of got to relocate for the season. It's nice floater there.
Yeah, there's a couple of 3-stars up in Norway in the juniors, but those are very far apart with a lot of traveling time in between.
And that drop with the flat landing, perfectly executed too.
A really ambitious and agile one. She really keeps moving, very fast from feature to feature.
Yeah, I feel that. And now made it past the judging line. Nice one. Fluid run. Definitely, yeah, just solid. No hesitation whatsoever anywhere. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, really like that. 75 points is what she needs for the top 5, or 81 for the top 3.
And watching the replay, yeah, that was the 3 up top.
Yeah, we can hear Bernd Kreinbucher in the background. One of the legends of commentating in Austria, who's our public commentator today, and he just reckoned that will be a podium for Austria, and that is actually true, with Ulla Gil sitting in second and Frede being our last one.
So waiting for the result coming in. And the judges taking their time to really, really make the best choice possible. And what do you think, Flo, of that category?
I think the girls did great. We saw some super cool, ambitious runs with really big jumps, and especially quite a few freestyle tricks. It was very interesting to see. Was kind of a gap between 2 groups. One group of riders that were really pushing it and going hard and big, and another group of riders that played it more conservatively. And that's why we have great scores. We're going almost up to the 90s with Mia McNabb up there, 88.67 right now. And some other riders, not finding the rhythm in this phase so well. So it's very interesting to see this variation.
So Vilde sliding into 7th place with 72.67. A great category.
Oh, and the beautiful peak of the Kitzsteinhorn that gives the skier his name is back there. As we see today's results, Mia McNabb taking it home with 88 points ahead of Austria's Ulla Gil has come back from a hard phase with a lot of expectations now standing up to it. And Maria Castello-Buona with probably the largest drop, 81.3. That's your top 3 of the day. A really strong performance of the podium riders. Mila Delori just missing a podium very closely with 80 points. Thank you, girls. That was a great show. And we're ready to see your faces there in the finish line for a quick mini flower ceremony. It was love to see the faces of our winners of the day one more time. There she is, Mia McNabb.
So happy.
A
Yeah,
super
an
happy girl.
amazing show.
And an equally happy Ulla Gio
Yeah.
and Maria Castelboni to get a change order, guys. Yeah.
Definitely well earned, perfect podium. We've seen some
Wow.
super strong skiing.
A victory for France ahead of Austria, with Spain taking third. Congratulations to the girls. Great show, and I think these three really deserve the podium. No time to rest, though, Manu. This is already the start list of his skiing, man. And wow, starts off with a bang.
Fully stacked field, starting off with Michael Bimbo, legend, has been on the Freeride World Tour, also snowboarding super strong. And it's a huge field with riders from all over the world, also including Alex Hackel, for example, on his campaign towards the Freeride World Tour, although he's American competing in Europe. With some riders like Valle, but also some others right in from the Freeride World Tour who didn't make the cut and gonna try their luck here now on the challenges.
30 riders, yeah, and this is gonna be an amazing show. You can be sure. Former and almost current World Tour riders here, former world champions. So it's all up there, and you can be sure that these guys are gonna, you know, create havoc on this venue today.
Yeah, probably gonna be pushing the limits, what's possible on that face. I'm imagining to see a bunch of freestyle tricks today from that category. Judges getting ready, and let's just have a little look into one of our sponsors, Range.
Garage is in many ways about having fun. Hold up the goggles.
Yeah, Orage. Really cool of them to support the Challenges Tour this year and also providing most of the staff here with perfect outerwear. Definitely up. Made for free riding too. And already Mika's getting ready in the start gate. Yeah, Mika Bimbo. Also having some YouTube channels. He's not only a skier but also full on into house renovation if anyone's keen. Living in France. And yeah, I think he has made some of the speed records down the Bec de Ross with 138 kilometers per hour in the outrun a couple of years back when he won the Freeride World Tour on Bec de Ross. So definitely up for speedy runs, that guy.
He has won the Bec de Ross, he has won in Nanda, he's won in Fieberbrunn, you know, and most of all, he's an amazing snowboarder as well.
Yeah. Has been snowboarding on the highest level too, like not on the, I don't know, he never made it on a Freeride World Tour with the snowboard, but he has been competing on the highest level. Anyways, also taking some wins. And yeah, I mean, quickly approaching the 40s, just in his 30s now, and charging like usual.
And I just was riding the Mongo in Nanda after the Challenger a week ago in the Legends competition, and you know, such a good guy as well. And he says, well, you know what, Flo, I'm not taking all this too serious anymore.
Well, still sitting in 8th in the ranking, so it's a bit like, yeah, he's not taking it serious, but still performing super well. And off for Mikael Bimbo.
So this is Mikael Bimbo, not taking it too serious, but potentially still going big, as we know him. Good luck, Mikael, for your campaign today.
2 good floaters to start it off. Now we'll see what's possible. Going into the straight, landing that
3.
on.
I was pretty sure we were going to see that because we saw some girls hit it straight, so Mika adding a 3 there.
I mean, we know he can ski. He's also showing that, also adding the tricks, adding the spade. Yeah, and adding the backflip, taking the deep. Whoa, just got it around, but perfect execution and landing.
Mika Bimbo's first man on the mountain day with a great show. Almost seems like the venue is a bit short for the man there.
Yeah, I was just like, he's making so short work of that venue.
Wow.
Probably like fastest run today. Wow, Mika. Wow, that was beautiful to watch. Oh my God. Nice one. Yeah, basically stacking it all in, doing the freestyle, doing the big mountain, adding the spade, and executing everything perfectly. So that's a sneak peek of the men's ski category. And
Preview of
definitely
what's to come, exactly.
Mikael setting a solid score there. It's going to be interesting how the judges, how much points they'll award him, because it's the first rider of that huge category. But I mean, he did a great job. Oh my God.
Yeah, that transfer is probably going to see a lot of action. I wonder if someone's going to supersize it and hit it with more speed, because that landing is really long. Great job, Mika. Great backflip. Super clean run. We'll see what the judges award for this, and that'll be a benchmark for the next 30 riders, or 29 more is to come.
Yeah, Mika, since many years, he's riding on down skis. Small brand sitting in Geneva in Switzerland. And it looks like he is quite happy, and the judges take their time to really be precise with that result.
Well, he's sitting on the 5th and the 13th. You know, but wants to get rid of the 13th place. So a good chance he's doing this today with this run.
Absolutely clean as well. Because it's not only that the skis stayed on, but also there was not a single little insecurity. It was perfect.
No, but that's very typical for Mikael Bimbos with all the experience. He hardly ever has those hiccups. You know, he's so stable on his feet, and this experience gives him so much confidence.
Yay, 82.67. So that's a very solid result.
That's a very solid result by Mikael Bimbos.
Very solid outcome of that run. Absolutely earned. And off to the next one.
One of my favorite riders, Tenra Katunu, will never forget when he did the Freeride World Tour in Kaprun, I think 2 years ago, and he lost the helmet right after starting gate and rode without a helmet. Unfortunately, had to be disqualified. Tenra, always wish the same for you in the challenges. Keep that helmet on your head.
He's also been competing all over the world.
Coming from Niseko.
Beautiful transfer to start it off.
See a lot of speed for the transfer here.
And going for the 3 into the shade. Also on the Lucas right of the venue. And another 3. Beautifully linked. Also going for right at GS turns and quite some speed. And now I'm looking forward to lower part. Whoa! Also adding the backflip. So
successfully going past the trench line, and it was a very similar one to Mika Bimbos. He added 1-3, maybe a bit smaller, the transfer at the very top. So maybe this is going to be one of the standard lines of this phase that we're going to see today more frequently in the men's skiing field.
I guess so, because I mean, it's just so many possibilities of features you can link. And the riders, the male riders, obviously have to see that they manage to pack as many features and tricks into a run, staying fluid, kind of staying in fall line. So I guess that's going to be one of the lines we're going to maybe see in variations. So we know there's the big transfer where you can put in a 3. Then we know you can put in a 3 here, albeit not being the biggest, it works. And we know this is perfect for backflip. So same features for Mikael Bimbos and Tenra Katuna. Tenra took the single jumps and features a bit bigger, I feel, than Mikael Bimbo did.
Obviously did, because the judges awarded him a couple of points more. 85-3-3 for Tenra Katuna, taking lead away from Mikael Bimbos.
And now we got Leo Drouet coming up out of France, only 23 years young. Still searching for his podium result this season. And whoa, that was a That was a big transfer. He took that a bit further, I think. Than
Oh, nice. Here we see the in-run to that. Leo, unfortunately, not landing perfectly in the axis. He wanted to, just losing his ski, which will eventually result in a no score for him. Bad luck for the Free Ski Academy Lezax rider there. It looked really solid. Even in the air, he was still all in control.
looked really solid, but then landed a bit not in the fall line of that special trajectory of that wind lip, which why he then lost his ski. But I mean, it was a crash, but nothing happened, and so that's a throwaway result or no result for him today, unfortunately. But still,
So even we saw Mika and Tendra doing this 360 before. It's obviously it's not that easy because it's super blind. You have an uphill takeoff, right? So you want to have your axis correct to land nicely. The top part was perfect. Here we see that in run, so you have no idea where you're basically going to, and this axis has to be perfect, and you're just slightly under rotating and thus not being able to ride out of it cleanly.
I was just kind of landing sideways on that declining slope. But yeah, just putting on his skis and up for the next rider here.
Paul Danton from Switzerland. If you look at his results on the challengers, 9-7, 9-7, 5th over 4 years, so close to qualifying for the tour. He has it all in there. He's just a solid rider. Just gotta keep in control and ride as he can, and that'll work out for him for sure. Paul Danton, all the best for you. Here he comes. Here's the 360 to his feet. Everything to plan so far for Paul. His best friend Victor Delory is on the tour, and he wants in Alaska now, and he wants to ride there with him next year. Shutting down speed, staying in control. Nice, adding a 3, but we have not seen one. So is it gonna go to backflip? No, it's going there at a different angle. Very interesting.
Choosing a new combination here at the bottom of the face.
Big distance for ball and big stomp. So sacrificing the backflip, but going for multiple jumps, including 2 360s. I think a very solid run by Paul as well.
Following the tracks of Maria there with the bottom cliff. Super nice.
I hope he's not traumatized for it, because he used to do backflips in every single run. And then last year, at the very last event of the season, Overtown, he, oh no, that was 2 years ago, he did a backflip and crashed, and that did cost him the qualification for the tour. So maybe it's a bit more conservative now for these moves, but I think he totally made up for it with an extra 360 and a big cliff drop.
So we have seen.
Nice, there was a spread eagle and crossing the skis at the same jump.
2 360s there, plus a big feature, I think. Yeah.
Very nice left hand rotation, and then what we did not see was the big drop and the bottom part of the face. Congratulations, Paul. Another clean run down. And he's doing well. He's sitting in 7th so far when the overall rankings, with the 4th from Nonda and the 15th, which is probably going to be a throwaway from the Montafon event. So with this one, I'm pretty sure this will turn into a keeper here today.
Yeah, such a stacked field with the ski men. They really have to go all in every single competition to make it onto that podium without doing any mistake, though. And that's also what keeps that category especially so exciting, as they all have their throwaway results as well, and definitely do more results. It's very hard to predict a output at the outcome at the end of the season.
All right, anxiously waiting for his call is Paul Danton, current number 7 on the Freeride World Challenger ranking. This is the 2026 X Override Kitzsteinhorn Freeride World Challenger by Orage. Therm-ic, the region that's presenting this event.
He is happy to live in Verbier or training there, obviously.
Yeah, such a great skier, and all at his young age, a great role model for all the younger up-and-coming riders there. So, judges, if your heads are already smoking, just let me remind me, you have another 28 riders coming after Paul and Thor, so you better get this sorted out.
Yeah, I mean, we knew, the judges knew, all of us knew that this is going to be very hard work to actually do a coherent ranking. Be fair, value everything, do not see any of the mistakes, just because it's so important as well. I mean, those are riders really, some of them are professional athletes in the sense of like making a living already, and for them it's about their future in the sport.
Yeah, and a venue like this, who is maybe slightly smaller and has less question marks than others, it's a pro and con for the judges. It's a pro because runs are more similar, so they're easy to compare. But the con is that those comparisons or differences are really hard to make, right? It comes down to minimums, like did that rider, jump a little further? Was it 360 clean? How do we evaluate that backflip over a straight air cliff jump? So I think they're going through this right now. It's a typical break we sometimes have after 3 or 4 riders to kind of reassess, make sure that these the points they have awarded are correct. 84.33, second place for Paul Danton, like 1 point behind Ten Rakatsuno, so really close. And this is going to be a tough one to judges, I'm sure, because we see a couple similar runs, I'll tell you, and it'll be not easy to make the difference between all those.
Noé on course now. Noé Villamont from Switzerland, just 19 years young. Lovely transfer, we've seen that one.
And now picking up speed for, let's call it a minute per transfer, going for the left and 3. It's not easy for the riders to go over that hump, right? You need a ton of speed. And we saw that with Leo Dreh, that if you under-rotate, then you might as well go down there.
Yeah, he did stick that straight, but it was far away from being a perfect execution. Anyways, picking up speed, linking all his upcoming features now. And adding another big 3. Oh.
Wow, but Tendra and Mikkel did the backflip. He went huge for a 3. Yeah, having to lean back and potentially, slide through the snow with his hands, turn this into stage 1, maybe stage 2 backslap. We'll see that in the replay. But the 3 was huge. It was extraordinarily big.
It was huge. He definitely traveled down further than he had anticipated before, I think. Making it down into the flat, that's why then the forces were just too big to really stomp it just straight.
And to go back to judging one more time, I think today that will make a big difference. If you do not have a clean run, those punishments potentially will be harder than in other competitions, because the snow it's not deep, so it's very visible what you do, and the judges will need those mistakes to make the difference. So I think we'll see hard punishment for mistakes today.
Yeah, for the coherent ranking. And I mean, that was not just a stage 1 backslap.
Look at that in-run. It's getting more and more difficult.
Yeah.
It might be really a questionable thing for the higher bibs.
Yeah. And I mean, he was just recovering because of the bounce back of the snow. So that's like stage 3.
Let's check one more time.
Yeah.
Definitely has his back in the snow. That's a stage 2 towards a stage 3. So that's a heavy deduction of 10-50 points in that range, and we'll see it in the end result. But Noé, we really like the effort on Noé. We like those big jumps.
Also, the skis were up in the air. That's always a bad sign too.
So Noé, who was sitting in 5th place in the Worlds currently, probably not going to improve today. But Max Timmermann, our next competitor from Germany, living in Innsbruck, skiing a lot with Valle Reiner, he might be able to improve a 13th place in his overall rankings after 8th in Nonda and only a 17th after a crash in the first challenge of the year in Montafon.
Yeah, Max Zimmermann, super active around Tyrol as well. One of the riders who is actually out and about with some of the best of the world as well in the German speaking. parts.
Exactly, a third place, and the Monte Rosa Freeride 2 years ago. So far, his best result on the Challenger Series, but he has the power and the style to go for a podium anytime.
Absolutely.
I like it when the riders do leave the start gate and still, easy enough to just, cheer back, give a high five, send some greetings. I think it reflects a great mindset.
Yeah, the mandatory transfer up there, kind of.
And now the mandatory speed in run. Get that speed, Max. You will need it.
Yeah, you're right. The in-run is getting harder and harder in there.
Yeah, we can see a stone in there, and there's like a hump before the takeoff, and then you're going down again and take off. So that's definitely going to be something the rider's going to be looking at the videos. You're taking, that was a left-hand 3 into a lay down. Really hard to see here in the shadow for us.
And another left straight.
What's he doing with his pole? Like he lost his pole out of his hands for a second. There comes the backflip by Max. Perfect stomp.
Also perfect.
It's a really good run, except for that laydown after the 360, which we could not really see very well because it was in the shadow in that big half pipe.
And past the judging line. So a nearly clean run for Max Zimmermann, although I do not think he's going to be able to challenge the very top spots because of that little insecurity there.
Well, I like it that he added a third 360 and a cliff at the bottom. But obviously, with a mistake like that, the punishment is going to be brutal for Max.
Or maybe the judges prove us wrong, because we never know.
Yes, you never know.
So Max Zimmermann, let's look at the replay. Maybe we get to see it. So that's the straight. Yeah, but it's also not the biggest straight we've seen so far.
Oh, his tips kind of get stuck as he starts rotating. But look at that stomp. That backflip stomp was definitely the highlight of the run. You can't stomp backflip any better. But we see it in the score that Max got some minor deductions there for that landing. And thus it's 63 points for him.
Yeah, it's also for the riders. The good thing is about temperatures, like the spring-like temperatures, they're at least not getting super cold in the start gate. Next one up for Nemo Plan from France.
Nemo Planier, free ski academy Les Arcs rider, and he's the winner of this year's Montafon Challenger by Orage, the first stop of this year's Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orage series. So he knows what it's like to win an event already in 2026.
Also
so he
full
goes
throttle.
a lot more speed into it, flies all the way over it, deciding not to spin, but going about 3 times as far as all the others. So very interesting approach by Nemo. I like that. Why spin if it's difficult? Just let's go full throttle and do the spin somewhere else.
Yeah, also setting the marker for the other riders, how far you could actually take that jump and still stomp it.
Deciding. Also going for the big backflip here, stomping it clean. Is he going to add something at the bottom, or is he going to take it home as it is?
It definitely needs another trick for contending the top spots, I think. But, I mean, it was the biggest transfer we've seen so far.
It was a huge transfer. Defying that end run. Congratulations, Nemo. That was another great display of performance following that victory in Montafon earlier this season.
Absolutely, like taking off there. Let's just look at the replay in a second. That's going to be exciting to watch.
Nemo Planier, who, as he states, is neither a fish nor a zebra.
And that's... Whoa! Has to fight in the air, though, to keep it together, to not totally lose control. Here it's different. A backflip was perfectly executed. Yeah, sitting in 4th right now.
74.67, solid score, but we're going to keep it for Nemo. And we stay within France. This event continues to move on very quickly. Neo Monnier is the next rider, 23 years of age. Nemo's already left the start gate. Let's see if we see any variations there of he sticks to that so far standard line we've seen a lot of riders take.
Yeah,
360 transfer the spot. We have not seen anyone do a 3 yet.
In
so
a
really
different
like
location,
that.
yeah.
Really like that creativity.
Definitely getting some line points there for just being creative and finding different takeoffs.
Another 3, very clean, following Tendra Katsuno, who did a 3 at this very spot. As the drone follows me along that ridge, I really like those drone shots today with those ridges. Take away the speed for the backflip. Maybe a little smaller than the others, but super controlled. So really great run by Noé Monnier so far. It looks like he's going to add that bottom cliff to his portemonnaie.
Nice one.
Not being afraid of the flat landing. Wow.
Past the
Congratulations,
judging
Neo.
line. Super solid run with some creative takes on like features we haven't seen done in that way yet.
Well, just looking at features, he did the backflip 236, so he's got to be up there, in the top 3 for sure. 82.67 is the score to beat for the podium, or to kick off Tena Katsuno from first place. He would need 85 points.
Yeah, beautiful pictures, seeing the replay. Yeah, I mean, they have to really pull that backflip to make it work.
Yeah. 78 points, fourth place for Noé Monnier.
Just sliding in behind me.
I would have dared to, add another point or two there from what we saw, but I'm sure the judges have a way better look at all of the runs top to bottom, so you're not going to double guess anything there. Right, Mikkel Brand from Denmark was supposed to be our next rider, but he's not at the start today, so we move on, I suppose, to bib number 48, which is Arnaud Raymond from France. Arnaud Raymond from La Clusaz.
Taking the first jump pretty far and left hand straight.
Also now that was the takeoff that Noé took as well. I think that's a lot easier than the transfer takeoff, and just as spectacular. So good choice, I think, to go for that takeoff.
Yeah, riders will definitely slightly adjust their lines, seeing the other riders in front of them compete.
Yeah, we must not forget the riders are waiting, for their start, and they have cell phone reception, so they can watch the live stream. You can see this beautiful backflip
With a lot of
Arnaud,
speed.
and they can adjust their plan accordingly.
Holding it together there, adding another jump after the backflip. Wow, that was a speedy lower part.
Yeah, great bottom air. I really like the creativity finding that feature. We have not seen it at all yet today. Rather than slowing down for one of the small cliffs at the bottom, keeping that momentum up and kind of side hitting that shadow side of the face just before the judging line.
Definitely a run to be proud of.
Yeah, Tony. Oh no, not only being a cliff jumper here in winter, but also in summer.
So beautiful left hand straight there. So cliff jumping winter and summer, well, that's exciting. Needs a lot of body strength and overall composure.
Yeah, took a different takeoff, took it more four-lined at that backflip, so it was actually, to me, bigger with more momentum than the others. And unfortunately, we didn't see that bottom air anymore, but great job by Arnaud Raymond.
And also taking the backflip in that direction a bit more risky, because you have those other rocks coming up afterwards, which you will see in the air while you're upside down.
Can just not kick Mikkel Bimbos off the podium, 79.67, but a strong run and a great performance by the young French rider. Wow, this competition goes so fast. It's almost hard to keep up with that pace as we have a next rider in the start gate. And it's one of the many Swiss guys of today.
Yeah, Xavier Gervais.
5 Swiss riders today in the men's skiing field, Xavier Gervais being one of them.
Sitting 25th right now, so not the greatest of the season up to now regarding competitions. But he has something to prove here.
Giving up for his coach Robin Darbellet, or Robin, I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but I'm sure he'll be watching and has his fingers crossed for Xavier.
Beautiful combination. He's again going for that one. Yeah.
And that's a newbie. That's transfer air with a backflip and super solid, right? He had no
Super
problems
solid.
with that inrun. Maybe that's a smarter way to hit that one because it's
Yes.
difficult to rotate when the inrun is not nice.
I totally agree, and I think the huge floater we've seen before was opening up that possibility because riders could see how much speed they can get and how much airtime they can gain coming with speed, and it's absolutely
Yeah.
enough for a backflip.
Xavi deciding not to go for the backflip, potentially more following ball Danton's tracks today. It does, going for big backflip. Can you hold on to that, taking off again after being super compressed? What a rodeo ride on those 5 seconds into and over the judging line. Wow.
Just holding on. Yeah, nice bottom part. I really like that cliff with which we've seen first from the ski ladies. It's an impressive, I feel, one of the biggest kind of vertical drops you can actually do on that face. But I'm ready to be proven wrong by the upcoming riders too. Let's watch the replay
Yeah,
here.
why did he knock in his helmet? Do you think he wanted to do anything different, or was it just because not being able to ride the bottom part super clean? Because that all looked really nice. Here is the cliff, and then
Wow, but he took it in a different way. There was no landing tracks yet.
now very spicy bottom part by Xavier Gervais.
I mean, it's also, he just probably likes airtime. It's nice to jump big things. I can totally understand that. And not scared of the rather flat landing there either. If you know you have what it takes, all the strength you need to land that one, why not go for it?
Well, yeah, because the chance of having a backslap and thus losing a ton of points is always big when you have a flat landing. So that's why people tend to doesn't so much matter much when you're free riding with your friends, but in the competition, it's tricky.
Yeah, that's why I guess it's even more like I feel it's of high value if people, riders, actually deliberately go for a crazy landing, although it might be not the most intelligent choice. But then if they make it, the chance is kind of high that there will not be too many competitors trying that. Ooh, 72.677 spot for Xavier Gervais. Solid run, but not really leading up to those first runs we've
Exactly.
seen.
Tenra Katsune with 85 points, Paul Danton 84, and Mikkel Bimbos 82. These are still the most solid runs, and they had the most momentum. They had the most tricks, they had the biggest jumps, and they had the cleanest landing. So these are the 4 things that you want to, be a contender for a podium or a victory today. And one guy who has more than everything a big heart and amazing professionalism is Juan Aracil from Ardino Alcalis. Here, as always, with his dad. He probably more than many of the other riders wants to be back on the World Tour. He trains so professionally, he's so focused, and I wish him all the best for his quest here.
Yeah, recent years we've seen some Spanish and Andorran riders really making it to the big stage. Definitely being pushed with the presence of the Freeride World Tour for many years, and now the Freeride World Championships happening in Andorra, just showing what's possible there. The winter might be a bit shorter, but nevertheless they had a great winter this year there.
Yeah, Juan Aracil put himself under a fair bit of pressure. After 13th in Montefon, he had a 25th in Nonda, so the season not going as well as he was hoping, anticipating it, but he still has all the chances. But he definitely needs a clean run now, and let's see how this does affect his mental game for today's Challenger run.
Yeah, super hard if you want it so badly to actually still bring in that like playfulness and looseness you also need for an amazing run. It's that fine line we've been talking already about today. But he's starting it off with like two beautiful floaters now, approaching the three, being a bit off axis there. If that was on purpose, that was amazing. It looked great, and being able to stomp it cleanly.
That was hard to see if that was a clean landing. In that shadow part, it's really hard for us to see, just as it is for you guys at the screens.
Yeah, at the screens at home, I guess you won't have direct sun.
Whoa, one out of seal, going in with a lot of speed to backflip. I thought, as he was approaching it, there was no more speed check. And we know this jump does not have an endless landing. So it was clear that there was a big chance of overshooting it. And he did. And with two mistakes in run, that was for sure not the performance he was actually looking for.
Yeah, overshooting it a bit at the bottom, buttocks touching the snow. So that's definitely some deduction from the judges. And yeah, you can definitely see that he has all it takes and he really wants it, but...
Why do you think that he did not do a speed check and went so all in on that backflip jump?
Yeah, because you just want it that badly. Like, that's like you're kind of trying to be better than everyone else, and one of the things you can do...
Oh, actually, that landing was clean. He just landed on one ski pretty much, but here he comes with so much speed, flies, and that is... but 2 or 3, 4 meters further than anyone else, and over rotates a little bit because the jump was so far, and is definitely having a hiccup there in the landing, and a major point deduction to expect.
Yeah, and it's so hard being on the Freeride World Tour, not making the cut, trying to make a comeback. It's putting a lot of pressure on yourself, and as a rider, it can take a little time to find that perfect balance between performance and relaxation. So 58 points, 10th place for Juan Arancil, so he really got a lot of deductions for that little insecurity in the air at the 360 and then the overshooting. And now...
Ladies and gentlemen, this is one of your former Freeride World Champions, Valle Reiner. Yeah, won the Freeride World Tour in 2023 and just fell off the tour basically a few days ago. And rather than being in Alaska right now, he is in Overtown, here at the Kitzsteinhorn, which is great for us, and we wish all the best. He has 4 comps to collect points, so no throwaway results if he wants to go back to the Freeride World Tour. Wow, they don't call him 360 King for nothing. He defies the bad inbound, flies over the ledge and right into the big half pipe.
Yeah, beautiful dynamics there. We can just see how safely he is on his skis, how well he's able to manage rotation. And another one to the other side of his 360. Yeah, Valle, absolute top tie skier. Just really beautiful to watch, as we can see he is so safe, making it look like it's no effort whatsoever.
Finding
Playful
a new exit to the face that we haven't seen it so far. Fast, clean, 2 360 big backflips. Well, did nothing wrong, did he?
No, absolutely. Kind of maxed it out. Found good variations of all the different features in that face and just made it look so damn easy. So I'm curious now what the judges make out of that run. Definitely more tricks than many other runs we've seen so far. Super clean execution. Valle just showing why he got Freeride World Champion.
Yeah, exactly. And he's so strong in his head. Just he always has fun when he's skiing. And look at this, not a drop, not a thing out of place. It's 360 going quite a bit further than many of the other riders and still finishing the rotation perfectly. So that was really a great display of performance. Let's see if he can challenge Tenra Katsuna there with his 85 points. He's leading right now. Valle Reiner. For the podium he needs 82. For the first he needs 85.
Yeah, and yay! 92 for Valle. Yeah, congrats, man. Well, we are happy for you. You've really earned that.
What a statement coming from the World Tour, being super sad not to get kicked out and showing why this is where he wants to go back to, where he belongs. 360 King Valle Reiner with the first rider in the men's skiing field going over 90.
Yeah, and he is in great spirits too. I mean, he's a very happy human when he's on the mountain. Absolutely loving it. And you can see that in his riding. Yeah, and we're obviously a tiny bit proud and very happy while he just shows this great performance. Absolutely proving where he belongs to.
But we love, we're stoked for each rider to book the gold shout, and we wish all the best for Verbier, Zio, next one of the Free Ski Academy Les Arcs, who comes crazily out of Scottic, flying sideways, but cat-likely managing to put the skis back under his body. A bit of a shock moment here. Only seconds into his run, approaching the big transfer now, defying the difficult in-run. Maybe lacking a bit of speed, but therefore playing it very safe and landing super clean.
Yeah, interesting run up to now.
Yeah, as we said, it's those variations today that make the difference. How clean are those landings? Also a bit in trouble here at the landing of the second 360, getting compressed, but still keeping the ski straight and the momentum up.
I mean, being one of those riders and others straight, now taking it 5 degrees too far to the left towards the rocks, had to kind of take emergency brake, make an emergency brake in the air during landing, more or less.
A super creative approach to what we call the backflip cliff, going more downhill and more fall line and doing a big 360, but unfortunately not being able to ride out of it clean.
Yeah, super. I mean, you already put it, like cat-like reflexes from Gaba Sio there. Super cool to watch, unfortunately not really able to bring it down in a very clean way.
His coach and Free Ski Les Arcs Academy founder Xavier Troubat in Alaska right now, where tonight he has 2 riders up in the start gate battling it out for the next World Tour stop title. So kind of losing his speed up there, unfortunately, Gabin for the 360. So it was a run top to bottom. It was filled with a lot of heart, but just almost at every single feature he had some kind of trouble.
Yeah, that. So placing 12s with 33 points. Not the result he was hoping for. Next one up, though.
Next one up should have been Martin Bender, former World Tour rider and former field world champion. But I just texted him on Instagram back and forth, and he's sick, so he couldn't be up at the start gate today. Heartbreaking for Martin. And so next rider in start gate is Oscar Mandin, former Freeride Junior World Champion to the French Cat, as you call him, because he's
and also just out of
rider.
the Freeride World Tour, so he also has something to prove today.
I want to think, wow, one of the few, if not the first 360 we've seen up at the top air.
Yeah.
Does he have enough speed still to go over here? Goes for the backflip. Can he finish the rotation? He can.
Wow.
That was sketchy for a second, but like I said, Oscar, a cat in the air, and he's rather has a small body, so he could just finish the rotation easily. Big momentum for Oscar on this run. Wow, there's another 3. Really aggressive riding.
Yeah, leaving us no time to breath here. So much action in
right, Oscar.
one after each other.
We bring this one home. Ski breaks here. Now backflip, it should be easier for him.
That's one.
And just bringing it down at full speed.
Tons of speed there.
No, he's not bringing it down. He's going to go for another air.
Tiny one. Yeah, keeping that one
Wow.
in control.
Congratulations,
but wow.
Oscar. Applause for this
Yeah,
run. Top to
definitely.
bottom, full throttle. That's definitely a threat to Valley Rhinos. 92 points to me. Definitely somewhere up there in the top 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
I would dare to say so much heart in this run, right? So much fighting to stay on his feet also when he was troubled.
Yeah, Oscar
and he's
has
still amped up.
a long career as well on the qualifiers and the challengers. Then he was on the Freeride World Tour. He's a fighter. We've seen amazing runs over all these years from him. We also know what he's capable of, and he just showed where he definitely belongs. Wow. Taking that day.
And he jumped so far all the way to the end of the 20.
Yeah, and that in-run with a pre-jump, like not...
And also did 360, almost landing the flats, just to the end of the 20 as well. So a lot of heart and pushing it to as far as you could go there.
And last backflip was stomped super clean.
Marcin Avoria, his home resort and partners. Fresh from the tour onto the challengers. These guys are really showing their display of their skills very well.
Yeah, also Oscar, very humble guy to hang out with. Most of the time in great spirits too. Is lovely just being around.
That is true.
And yeah, I mean, you can see the happiness there. Just short of the points of Valle Reiner. But yeah, that
Huge
was a close
statement
one.
of both former World Tour riders that they want to go back there. Yeah, so wow.
Congrats to both of you. And that was so beautiful runs. Lovely to watch.
That is impressive. We have 3 riders that have been competing on the Field World Tour before, and they are now, you know, first, second, and third.
Yeah, showing that they absolutely do own it. But now next one up is Jordan Ray from the United Kingdom. Let's see if he can be a contender to those former Freeride World Tour riders. Sometimes it's also a very good place mentally to be in if you're young and hungry and got nothing to lose whatsoever.
Yeah, best in the junior rank in Europe when he was still competing there 3 years ago. And he's taking all these skills with him to the Challenger Series. And he's going riders right, which I really like. You know, I like to see those variations. I like riders to go for alternative lines. We have seen that same line 10 or more times. And now I'm super stoked to see Ray Jordan going all the way to that locals ride. Big 3. His brother being a logistics manager of the Field World Tour, probably in Alaska right now.
Nice float there. And working his way back to the Lucas right of the Wedge. Just linking these turns and preparing for the next action. And yes, it's 3, maybe not
as big
perfectly
as the
clean.
one of Els Commandant riding out of one ski, but staying on his feet.
He was also riding out in one ski, but
I
yeah.
think the judges should award extra points for good recoveries like that. You know, they always discuss it with the judges. They say, no, we have to deduct points because he was, you know, a wobble, but I say recovery should be awarded extra points.
Taking the backflip cliff with his radio and then maybe skipping the last feature. So I think it was a solid run, but not contender for the very top. Anyway, definitely a run he can be proud of. Interesting line choice.
Oh, very creative. As you said, I don't see him up there in the top 3. So, but I really like the variations. The 3 at the top and that middle 3 were really, really beautiful.
So let's see what the judges make of that.
And most importantly, he seems to be stoked. And I think that's, you know, crucial in freeride. You got to be happy with what you do because
that was a 7 up there.
Was it a 7?
I think so. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Sorry, guys.
Sorry.
We have a hard time seeing this. It's so bright in our commentator's truck, and the screen is not very big and not very bright.
And doing a 7 over that, like, relatively short air time takes a lot of skill.
Yep.
He's loving it. He's
congratulations.
happy.
Sorry
Yes.
for not giving you the props right away, the way you would have deserved it. But we're always stoked to see 7s because they're so difficult to, you know, to judge the speed of the rotation you need for a jump you've never done before in life is really difficult.
Yeah, and solid points for that. So the judges definitely have seen the 7, even if we have been struggling here with seeing the screen properly. Cool run, yeah, and the first executed 7 today. Pretty damn nice. And now,
ladies and gentlemen, now is a double pack of Austrians to start gate. Simon Zwischenburger being the first ones entering this series as a wildcard after a great performance at his home event in Montafon in Austria. Gatkin Wildcard is leading the ranking right now. Whoa! Starting his runner with a bang, a backflip up where most riders have done a straighter, going to the 360, transfer, doing a big 3, staying with his feet, amazing.
yeah, cat-like
Such
reflexes
a young
as well.
rider and like so comparatively little competition performance. Still, when you see him ride, it looks like nothing can take him off his feet.
Yeah, Simon just like keeping, like being the new generation out of Austria.
Yeah, Obergurgel being his hometown with a flat spin.
Beautiful.
Yeah, also here variation. You know, the big boys are doing backflips. No, I'm going for a flat spin. Yeah. And that's it. Stay on your
Such a
feet,
talent.
race to the bottom, and there'll be another great
Yeah,
result.
nice one. Oh my God, yeah, Simon absolutely like riding the wave this year with all the great results he's been up to. And yeah, let's see if he can be a top contender for the current podium.
Talk about momentum. A 4th place at the first time of the season, a 2nd place in Nonda, and even this one's going to be a great result with just great moves top to bottom.
And it's just crazy, you know, coming out of nowhere, pretty much earning his wild card.
It reminds
Yeah.
me of the Max Hitzig story
Yeah.
a couple of years ago, where within 1 year he went from a qualifier rider to a World Tour rider. Look at this. Like he
man.
set up, it looks like he had built those jumps to do a slopestyle competition.
Yeah.
Like every excess. And so flawless, like, you know.
Yeah, and that one was so beautiful. Oh my God.
Sparkling with self-confidence. Simon Zwischenbrucker, is that enough to kick the old boys off the podium? It is! 95.67.
Simon. So I think that's like,
Ladies and gentlemen, we're approaching the 100. Step by step by step. Simon Zwischenbrucker, for this, for sure, securing the lead in the Challenger Series. Incredible double lead for Austria now. Simon Zwischenbrucker ahead of Valle Reiner. What a show here at the 2026 X Override Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orage. Incredible performances here, rider after rider. We are left in awe.
yeah, I can't believe it. I mean, that run was so beautiful to watch. Oh my God, and there's still next coming up. Another Austrian, Jonathan Haus, on course.
Jonathan Haus, he won the video competition to be able to compete here.
Yeah, he's quite good, doing quite good in the qualifiers. The video he sent was super impressive. And we can also already see why he's not got the wild card for nothing.
He wrote in his stories he can do a dub Misty 14 in the park, but he's actually never done a single park competition in his life. Wow, following the footsteps of Simon Zwischenbrucker, also super strong riding in the top thirds of the venue.
And Jonathan actually based in the area as well. And also, whoa, holding it together. Oh my God.
The flat's been sending it almost twice as far as so many riders and still staying on his feet, or let's call it staying on one foot, because he rode out of the whole jump on one foot. Another incredible performance, back-to-back amazingness here at this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have fastened your seatbelts yet, do it now. Incredible performance also by Jonathan Haus, 23 years of age, in his first ever challenger, entering this competition as a wildcard and showing some of the big boys how it's done.
Yeah, he got nothing to lose, absolutely earned his wildcard. Also, if you got time, hit up his Instagram, watch his entry, amazing.
Manu, is it an
We were
advantage
actually
now?
judging the wildcards entries, like I was in the pool of the, and I was like, yeah man,
Is it
I
an-
can see it.
Is it an advantage for those higher bips now that they know even better how to control their rotations after seeing so many riders hit those jumps?
Yes, but I also think that he especially has the advantage of knowing the resort. For him, it's kind of not the first time he's hitting these jumps. And I guess that was playing into his cards today. But I mean, oh my God, it's so precise. Really going with full throttle, absolutely using his wild card, maxing it out, trying to do the very, very best. So he can be so proud about that run. And yeah, we are happy to have awarded the wild card to a rider who absolutely proven he's earned it. Making it hard for the judges for
That is
sure.
true. I remember last year Mona Falkner, Austrian skier girl, got that wild card and qualified for this year's challenge season. Unfortunately, she's injured, so big props to Mona Falkner. Yeah, she was for sure watching that leg, which she destroyed a month ago at a big ski accident, will heal well.
Yeah, heal up well, Mona. We know it's hard, but yeah, now.
Exactly. Oh, and
Jonathan.
also big sent greetings to Kai Sackfriesen, the voice of typically the presenter in the Finnish area here, who broke his ankle snowboarding a week ago, and Flo Gassner, your video judge, who broke his ankle, I think, skiing
Yeah.
a few days ago. So a lot of injured riders out there. Hope you'll all be back on
And
snow
Ollie
very
to
soon.
Molly Manino also breaking her leg. Super
Exactly.
unfortunate, just jumping onto a tiny rock. a few days ago too.
So all of those, we'll see you back on snow next year, stronger than ever. And the judges going to take a whole lot of time. Is it enough to break into the top 3? It is!
It
90.67
Yeah!
for Jonathan Haus. A triple lead for Austria right now. Simon Zwischenbruck ahead of Valentin Reiner, ahead of Jonathan Haus. The Austrians are doing the best to make their country and the organizers proud. What a show here at this year's X Override event.
But now another big player coming up, Maxime Chaplot.
We're only halfway through the field now.
Pretty much everything already. Super good freestyler, has been doing some firsts on the Freeride World Tour regarding tricks.
Maxime Chaplot, a former Freeride world champion, former kitesurfing world champion, and he has come back to winning with a victory in Nonda 2 weeks ago, and he was so happy because he had a lot of bad luck on the World Tour last year and a tough challenge season as well. And I'm sure he's full of self-confidence. And he now knows what it takes to have 90 plus points. And he does it. Goes for a backflip, but we haven't seen a backflip at all this year, today.
On that
last
feature.
big backflip, probably not a back. His super slow rotation onto his feet. And now it's gonna get so hard for those judges. They already gave 95 points away. And how are they gonna deal with Maxime Chaplot's run, who was very close to being perfect as well?
Yeah, absolutely world-class runs we are seeing here. Definitely those riders just been proving where they belong. Really sick to say that there has been some of the veterans with those super strong runs, but then also some of the young guns with basically no competition record yet really playing into that top 5 now. So that's going to be interesting, and I'm really happy to not be in the judging spot right now, but very curious what they are doing.
Very curious to see.
I mean, luckily they do have the video replay as well. They can kind of compare. It's a panel of judges who are all super skilled.
And it is amazing today to see the difference between the very good riders and those who are just a tiny bit even better. We have seen that only so many riders have managed to put runs down that were seemingly perfect with no mistakes. Maxime Chaplot is one of them. And it'll be super interesting where he can place himself. 95, 92 and 90 points. Get top 3 right now. Simon Zwischenbrucker, Valentin Reiner and Jonathan Haus. That's to contest the podium.
Yeah, he's definitely going to be somewhere in the top 5, I believe.
Tenra Katsuno sits on 5th with 85 points. That already was a great run.
Yeah. And
Can Maxime Chaplot break into this Austrian triple lead with his Decli skis?
We can be, I mean, definitely can be super proud about that field, what they're just like pulling off in that phase, the possibilities they were able to find with all the transfers and all the tricks and different creative variations of certain jumps. I mean, that's really damn cool.
That's true. I was kind of hoping that the venue would be used in more different aspects. 87.33, 5th place for Maxime. Well, the air is thin up there, as we say.
Yes.
Not
quite.
Enough to push Tendra Katsuno back by a couple of points. But hey, another keeper for Maxime Chaplot after a victory in Onda. There'll be a solid top 10 result for sure. So that'll leave him happy.
And now next one up is Alex Williams out of Switzerland, also just 20 years young. And he is out of the start gate on the venue. First little air, feeling the snow, and the second floater already. And also adding the 3 up top, pretty much right out of the start gate. And now approaching the jump, which we've now seen a lot of tricks happening.
Adding a grab, beautiful.
Yeah, he's just also super solid on his skis. Really nice to watch all of those guys just skiing so well. And another 3, also stacking everything up with tricks. Now, super curious for the lower sections. What is he going to show in that lower part of the face there? Approaching the jump, which was open from Maria before, taking it deep down, also finding the good landing spot there and adding another air. Perfect, yeah, clean run, solid run. Let's see where that one place is.
Yeah, not quite in the league of top 3, top 5 contenders, I would say, because these performances were and still are outstanding. But nevertheless, really solid riding by Alex Williams.
Yeah, he won 2023 Freeride World Tour Junior. It's just so cool to seeing the young ones coming up the ranks from the very, junior competitions, being world champion, and now slowly but steady making their way to the world's best.
Exactly. Yeah, and Alex asked us to give it up for the Gorilla crew. Well, not a surprise, he's from Verbier. I was skiing in Verbier, living in La Chable.
Just every jump's a trick, more or less.
Every jump's a trick. Well, that's how it's done these days.
Lovely to see. Yeah, giving it up for the Gorilla crew, but now we actually would like to see the movement. Yeah, freeriding, as said, lives from the best crew, the best training buddies ever, and the stronger friends you have. And the better you're going to evolve yourself, but not only, it's just
That's a very nice
also
way.
inspiring, because sometimes even if riders are not amazingly strong riding, they sometimes tip you off how you could do something.
Yeah, you're totally right. You can have probably the best coach in the world, but you don't have the crew to be out there and match yourself on a daily basis in winter. Then you're not going to progress.
Exceptions proving the rule, though, because I'm pretty sure that some of the younger ones like Simon do not have that great crew, or just have been getting that crew in the last few years, but just evolving super quickly.
But yeah, even if you're kind of outstanding rider in your group, it still pushes you when your friends are waiting, and then you're trying those new moves. You're going a little bigger, a little further. You turn that single backflip into a double, into a triple, etc. The 3 into a 7, and that's where you need to progress.
Yeah, and we see it a lot coaching when we are having those groups of youngsters out, right? That they are just pushing each other, and also if there's fresh combinations of friends groups or coaching groups, and then suddenly people making huge steps forward in their performance and trying to learn something with methodology, not hurting yourself along the way. Possibilities got just so much better over the years with dry slope training and training in air parks. It's just really allowing big steps forward for even super young riders.
Yeah, but you still have to put it all out there. But you still have to put it all into your competition runs. If you know how to do a 7 or a 9 over a kicker, it doesn't mean you can't do it over a cliff that you have never skied before in life, and that's what it needs. And that's why, even though we have so many up-and-coming riders that are so strong at a young age, it does take a certain amount of experience to be able to perform again and again and again at the same level.
And that headspace, and being in the right headspace, and also now more and more riders are really looking into the mental side of things as well, trying to work with coaches and with mental coaches too, just because competition is a lot of pressure. We are somehow having wind flowing in our microphones when we don't really know where it's coming from. So waiting anxiously for the score there. Yeah, that's also, you're so happy that you finished your run as a rider, right? And then you're standing there waiting for your score. 81.33, super solid score for Alex Williams.
And so to say, only a 9th place, which 81 points. It shows the amazing performances of the top riders of the day. And another top rider up there, and the former Freeride Junior World Champion. Yeah, I remember commentating that. It was one of the amazing runs to me 2 years ago. in couple is Noah Pesera from France.
19 years young, born 2006, ladies and gentlemen, just to
Make you aware of that.
yes.
Also another rider of the Free Ski Academy Les Arcs. Whoa, flat spin and clean landing.
Lovely start for him. And off with a big straight, also super clean.
Super creative upper part by Noah Pesera. Once again, every jumper trick. I really like the variation. He had the flat spin at the top, then the 2 3s. Here you get a shifty approaching the backflip air. What's he going to do there? I wouldn't be surprised if he's not going to do a backflip, but something else. There we go. Kind of mix of flat spin and backflip. Up to the ridge. There's room for a last move. Just slashing it.
Yeah, so cool to watch that level. Also, what I'm amazed with is we've seen very little crashes altogether. Nearly no lost skis, nearly no scores.
Do you reckon that means the boys and girls have not been pushing enough?
I reckon they're just really good skiers, apparently being able to adopt their skiing to rather complex snow conditions, actually.
Well, you know, but the snow is honest. It's
Yeah,
very skiable.
foreseeable.
It's a hard surface with a a little bit of soft topping. So what you see is what you get, and I think that makes for easier landings and less troubles than in powder.
Beautiful. Wow, that was beautiful. Upper section, definitely outstanding. And then, yeah, going for even more tricks and spins. For me, it's kind of hard to even count how many tricks they are putting into the runs right now, because right now I feel we are at like 6 tricks per run.
And Noah's riding style and body language reminded me of the one of Simon Zwischenbrucker and also Jonathan Haus. It seemed like nothing could take him down. So confident and so stable. Just even when he was upside down in the air, you could feel that he knew how and when he was going to put his skis down back onto that snow. And that is one of the things that do make the difference.
Absolutely, yeah. And he is also waiting for his score. And now we can see the riders in the finish line just recalling, how you say that, talking about the runs to each other. Yeah, as said, the Challenger crew is more tightly woven together, as it's always the same field, more or less competing at all the Challengers throughout the season. So they know each other. Friendships for life are built at those competitions. Through over countries and sometimes over continents. It's really cool, spanning countries and continents.
That is true. One thing is, though, a big difference to 15, 20 years ago, when riders would be there for 5, 6, 7 days for an event anyway, with the weather forecasts getting more and more accurate, and communication through WhatsApp and other needs. The communication is more precise, so riders typically arrive, very short, on the day before, or 1.5 days before the event, and then leave very soon after. So it's not like it was 10, 15 years ago that riders hang out together, for a week for every competition. But still, those riders who travel together, who live and resource close together, they are a tight-knit crew.
And also sharing cars or sharing traveling times as well from different places.
Yeah, you
to make
did
life easier.
A full World Tour season where you traveled to every European tour stop by public transport.
Yeah, that was after COVID, the World Tour was taking place only in Europe, so it was possible to do that more or less with one electric rental car in between, where we just didn't make it. It was a big adventure, actually, together with Nuria, Neil Williman and Erika Weikender as well. And Timmy Schröder being part of the gang too, as using his camera, because Timmy is not only, which we've just seen in the Snowboard Men competing, is not only a very gifted snowboarder, but also a very gifted filmer.
So let's see, was Noah Pesera's run enough to break into the Austrian triple? It was 93 points, second place for Noah Pesera. And he's taking like a gentleman.
Congrats.
Look at it. Oh, I'm not in first. Okay, all right, just move on. Congratulations, Noah. Outstanding run by the Swiss French rider. Big props for Free Ski Academy Lerzag.
So
Wow, pushing rookie Jonathan House off the podium. That's amazing. 90.66 with 90.67 as a score. You're not even on the podium anymore today.
and Douglas Nordqvist out of Sweden on course. Also on his way trying to challenge those podium riders today.
Douglas lives above the polar circle. Oh, unfortunately, going down and losing his key after landing of the back foot. The landing actually looked solid,
Yeah.
but then he kind of washed out and away.
Maybe the ski just opened or something happened there, because actually the landing looked clean as, and then he was just somehow losing the skis, I feel. Sad for that run, because that actually looked promising.
Totally. And Douglas is such a strong rider. Unfortunately, this season not really going his way. At 24th and the 26th place are on his points account right now. And with the nose code day, it's not going to improve much. But I like it. He's trying really hard at every single comp, and sooner or later, those good scores will come.
Yeah, unfortunate for him. So he's just joining two other riders who did not finish today.
Yeah, so if you lose a ski on a Freeride World Tour competition, you do, or any other gear of mandatory equipment like a helmet, the poles wouldn't matter, but also a back protector or a backpack, you do get a so-called no score. But all the riders to do get no score are still ranked behind each other, depending on the score they had at the moment when they actually lost the ski.
Yeah, he made it into... I mean, cool thing is, he lost his key, but not hurt or anything else, so...
Which that is the most important, for sure.
No.
Ladies and gentlemen, 9 riders still to go in skiing category in today's X over competition. Edwin Olsen, current number 2 on the Challenger Series by Orage in the 2026 tour here, is on course. Starting
Beautiful
with a
left
lofty,
three.
beautiful 3. Not going up to the... Is he still going? No, not going up to the wind lip. That has seen a lot of traffic.
Choosing a tiny bit of a different approach there. Straight air, super deep down. And going for the backflip. Already nearly at the bottom of the face. Maybe a bit less action than we've seen from other riders. Rather chose to do a fluid, fast run than trying to link as many features.
Yeah, man, he was not urged to, come up with a super strong result, but I'm still surprised that he kind of only, so to say, did the 3 at the very top, because in that middle we have seen 3-4 different locations for a spin as well, and he chose not to do those. It's got to be a reason for that. We potentially find out later.
And now made it to the finish line. Yeah, sorry for the sound. We're not really sure what's going on. And let's see.
Hören das die Zuschauer auch, den Soundrauschen, oder hören nur mir das vorne?
Waiting for his score here in front of the beautiful backdrop wall from the X Override, where we see all the sponsors and supporters of that amazing event. Going for like the 20th edition. So let's see who is going to be on the winning line today on the 20th edition of the X Override Challenger by Orage.
All right, I got a new microphone here. Manu, do you hear me?
So, yeah. Now, how many ski men do we still have in the start gate? So bib number 63, sorry, now we were not really giving Edwin the credits he deserved. But now on course, Milton Holmqvist. Out of Finland, 24 years young. Right now, 14th in the ranking of the challengers. And approaching the wind lip jump where we've seen so much action today with a beautiful straight. Now on the Lucas right of the face. Another floaty air into the shade. And another air. Yeah, definitely solid as well. Up to now, not really matching the very top of the field. Also going for a backflip slightly off axis from the lower backflip clef. And turning in towards the finish line. Yeah, rather clean run as well. Another crazy good run actually in the sense of skiing, but in this stacked field, probably not a threat to the very podium. Yeah, the level of the ski men is just really, really amazing.
It is amazing. So I'm back here as well with a new microphone, a new headset. No more strange sounds in here. Sorry to miss out on this run, but the level is truly amazing. I can hardly remember a competition, except for a very, very extreme a couple years ago, where so many riders were up in the 90s point-wise. Wow, beautiful backflip there.
And then here the straight from the classical jump where we have seen the straight, but which is actually getting harder and harder to spin off from. And another straight. And yeah, off axis there as well. Beautiful, just making the right trajectory. Like passing by those rocks kind of close, but not being irritated by that. Yeah, that's also, you just need so much self-confidence like Milton has to just not being irritated in the air by seeing those rocks in the landing and just still point it. Sitting in 14th place now, in the 14th place in the ranking of the challengers, so he definitely wants to have some stronger results up in the top 5 or up in the top 10 at least for him to make it count.
Yeah, another rider who shares life between the Scandinavia and the Alps, being in Switzerland all season long in the winter and then back home in Finland over the summers, which I think is amazingly beautiful. And mostly riding Cromontana and the Forvalais, the other side of the mountain from Nonda.
And 77 points, which places him in the 13th place right now. Next one up, our only rider from Bulgaria, Simon Pavlov, also an emerging freeride scene, thanks to some competitions down there. Bulgaria's seen some strong riders. We also have some super strong Bulgarian riders here in Austria.
Yeah, and I think there's a junior comp in Bansko next weekend. Yeah, that's a great face to compete on. And more and more great Bulgarian riders are being seen in the qualifiers. And Simon is at the head of the pack here at the Challenger, sitting in 9th overall. So quite a strong season by him so far.
Yeah, he was able to...
With the 7th and the 14th place in Montafon and in Nonda, the first 2 events of the season. As we're waiting for Simon, I got a message from Elizabeth Garrison who says hello from Alaska. We didn't know why she was not here starting. Well, she got a last-minute call to join the World in AK, and she'll be there. So a good one for you, Elizabeth in AK, and a good one for you, Simon, here at the beautiful Kitzsteinhorn. Look at the view all the way down to Capron and the lake is what we see.
And Simon traversing to the Lucas left of the face, where we haven't seen that much action yet in that category. Well, we know there can be great action. Whoa,
In that area.
and starting it off.
Beautiful and perfectly stomped front flip by Simon Blavos. Front flips are hip right now, and he knows that he does a really nice one. 3 over the wind lip. Super nice variation. First front flip front flip of the day by Simon Pavlov from Bulgaria.
And wanting into the top 5, he more or less has to hit the 90s in the point range. Finding his way down here, maybe a bit slower pace than what we've seen from some of the other riders. Going not as far with the backflip, but nevertheless stomping it clean.
Wow, well, it was a bit of a roller coaster ride on the tails of the skis, but holding on to it for life and managing to go over the judging line without any more troubles.
So also another run which gonna place somewhere, which is not really a contender for the top 5 spots, I think, but nevertheless a clean run, and congrats for that. Yeah, you can't value it enough, all these riders, like their performances. It's just we're really talking about the top notch of freeride skiers from all over Europe, like Region 1, including Australia and New Zealand and Japan, competing here on the Freeride World Challenges.
Look at this front flip. That was really, really beautiful. Yeah, and you also must not forget, we have seen very similar lines from 20 plus riders now. So where we were even more stoked to see a backflip 3 before, it has become almost the regular business. Wow, we saw the landing of the last cliff, where he rode actually over a cliff that was seen in the landing. Doesn't look perfectly happy, Simon Pavlov. Yeah, probably because he knows that that bottom part was not really clean. But 70 points, 18th place for now.
Yeah, solid run.
It's still a solid run.
And next one up, Anthony Cotte from France.
Anthony Cotte, a.k.a. Aka Cotto. He had a slight injury, I think in an ankle this year, so he was competing at the first event of the season, not being super fit. And if I remember right, Nanda, he had to pass. So I'd be stoked to have him back in a start gate for a competition.
Getting ready, just giving. We have to have a small interruption because there is some skiers in the finish who are not belonging there.
Yeah, we have a bigger than usual safety team. Of course, we have the doctors, we have the mountain rescue, but we also have a lot of people, blocking especially the left side of the venue, because it is close to a ski road here in the Kitzsteinhorn ski area. And obviously, when anyone who's not part of the competition is in the face, the competition is immediately on hold, as it is now, until everyone has left the venue.
Yeah, a lot of people out there actually blocking off the venue and also controlling that nobody rides inside, but sometimes people sneak through anyways.
Yeah, safety always playing a super important role at every freeride competition. A lot of times it is the avalanche control to make a venue safe of avalanches, and this year it is obvious also to keep tourists, other skiers out. Everyone's invited to watch, and there's a great crew out here in the finish area at the public spectator area. We get a DJ, we get music, and we got a few hundred people watching, but we don't want them in the face where our riders are showing their performances. But head of mountain safety, Markus Koch-Skola, has been doing this for 20 years, so you can be sure that he has all the safety team advised and under perfect control.
And now ready to start his campaign towards the podium, hopefully. Anthony Cotte. Well, there he goes with the first lounge.
Kodo, one of the most mellow and nice characters on the whole Freeride World Tour Challenge scene for sure. I like it how he describes himself. Yeah, there was a normal guy once with a normal job and a normal suit, and then he decided skiing was more fun, and left the desk job and never looked back. That's Kodo. Nice and floaty. And yeah, I'm sure his ankle, is still, causing him trouble to some extent. So taking it easy, but he wants to be part of the crew and collect some points. Also to potentially still be part of this crew in the next season.
Yeah, and also, I mean, he kind of needs to just get some solid results so that he has the possibility to compete, stay on the Challenger next season, kind of recover over summer, take it easy.
Exactly.
So that's why I guess he's just, especially in these snow conditions, which are a bit more solid, definitely going to feel his ankle and maybe just waiting it up for the next comps where there might be
because
snow.
This is not the Kodo we know at the peak of his performance.
No. But I mean, that's absolutely valuable as well, taking it down safe, not risking any longer injuries here. And also, I mean, it's not so easy if you're in the start gate and suddenly have to wait. That's another thing. But there he goes. Yeah.
No, that's
Opting
never
here for
easy.
the
When you're
straight
ready
there.
to go and then you're being held back, it's a really difficult situation. And then it shows who has that mental strength. Well, in Kodo's case, he was not going to perform at 120% anyway. Kodo all chilled out. But we're stoked you're here and looking forward to share a drink with you at the après-ski in Capron, which is typically very legendary after this competition.
Yeah, another part of competitions is also, as we already mentioned, all the social life, all the exchange. The riding together, he's Anthony Kopp placing in 20th with 62 points. But definitely gonna still have a great day at the après-ski here in sunny Kitzsteinhorn.
Right, still waiting to see what his day has there in the pot for him is Hamish Henderson, our reigning Freeride Junior World Champion, crowned himself in couple earlier this season, and has got a wild card for this Challengers series, and is eager to show what he can do. He hasn't been really able to show his best skiing at the last two comps, but we know he is amazing when he gets going.
Also for him, it's definitely a season to feel it out, but also showing off what he already can do.
Exactly. Casual 3 at the top.
Yeah.
Lots of speed on the in-run here. Whoa, can you turn it out?
Got bucked by the takeoff there.
That's what we said before, that in-run's going to get a little nasty, and he got a little push in a direction he did not want. A bit of an impulse. But nevertheless, keeps on riding, shows us another flawless 3.
You can see the potential there for sure. Lucky for him, he has also more options still.
But as we have seen so
Yeah.
many times, when a competitor has a crash like this, and skis stay on and he keeps riding, the focus is not there anymore. Yeah, and we have seen a lot of experienced riders at the Tour, for example, to not even continue their runs because it's not going to be a good score. With the young riders, we typically see that they do continue, and this is a very typical situation, that then the loss of focus results in a second crash.
But nothing happened, he just lost his skis. And we could see, with this beautiful execution of the 3 up there, that he's absolutely capable of skiing super well.
Yeah, now look at the very end of his in-run. So far, everything's fine, and then he gets this little hit and tries to turn around cat-like, but no chance to salvage this one.
Yeah, totally back there. He couldn't really do a lot, and then he has had a slight wrong trajectory
Exactly.
towards the rocks.
And that's why it can really be dangerous to continue your run after mistake. You are not as focused anymore, and then those 3 or 5 degrees takeoff angle can make a big difference and can potentially even be dangerous to land.
Yeah, he was
on a
lucky
rock
that
like he
nothing
almost did.
happened there for sure. But off now, waiting till Mathis Fornacier also has been on the Freeride World Tour last year.
Has a 6th, has progressed from 18th place at the first event of the season to a 6th in Lange. So really pointing uphill his performance record on the first 2 challenges of the season.
Beautiful backflip.
Going with a lot of speed, and here's another
one.
back key, slightly over-rotating, managing to stay up his feet, but I think his back was definitely touching the snow there as he rode out of his over-rotation.
Left side straight there for him. Solid landing there. And another backflip.
Backflip number 3. Well, I think that's already a record number, and he can still do another one here. Yeah.
Oh.
It was his side flip. So 3 backflips and a side flip by Matthias von der See, spending more time upside down than any other rider on the face today.
Well, that can also be a challenge, and past the judging line. Well, amazing run actually, with a tiny bit of technical mistakes, but a lot of airtime and a lot of rotations.
He's stoked. I like that part.
Yeah, it's just important that riders are enjoying their runs.
He's calling his head coach Mike Bim. I wonder if that's Michael Bimbos.
Yeah. It's like he's more or less being coached by Michael Bimbos, who we can also see coming in.
There they are.
So it's like an interesting combination of the trainee and the coach competing in the same level, more or less.
That is amazing.
It was definitely
amazing.
Michael who coached Matthias onto the Freeride World Tour for sure. Spent like some time with him to just teach him the basics. Wow, we can see all these beautiful rotations, and especially the last one, taking it deep and just stomping it like it's nothing. Amazing. Well, he's happy. I guess Matthias can be happy, and Coach Michael can be happy too.
Yeah, the gruesome thing today is that with that high level of performance, a little mistake at a landing, you know, is immediately a 10-point deduction and puts you from like a top 3 down to, you know, past 10th place right away.
Yeah, it's interesting there, like who is gonna, Michael Bimbo still sitting in the 9th spot, so still just in the top 10. Let's see if Matthias is kind of beating his coach or not.
Well, I hope they're not beating each other up, but definitely a chance there to be ahead of his coach for Matthias von der See.
Yeah, judges again take their time to be precise. It's absolutely fine.
Our current leader, Simon Zwischenbrucker, doesn't sit in his hot seat anymore. Just probably can't take it anymore.
Too excited.
Too exciting.
Yeah, for the judges, they have to figure out the overall score being made up from line, air and style, control,
Simon Zwischenbrucker as a wildcard in his first Challenger season, you know, leading the pack today, but there's still another score to be given by Matthias von der See, and there's another 3 riders up there that can spoil Simon's day. And Matthias testing the hot seat.
Yeah.
I think, I'd take that. I'd feel comfortable here.
13th place for Matthias von der See, 77 points straight.
So the coach staying ahead of the trainee this time.
This time, yes. Yeah, it's really like the judges have to be really strict with slight technical mistakes there. Slight insecurities, slight control issues leading to big deductions, because otherwise it's just impossible to do a coherent
all right, ladies and gentlemen, for 3 more riders up there, and the first of them is one that could potentially put up a huge show here. Alex Huckel from the United States of America, lives in Innsbruck, a former X Games medalist, and one of the most creative riders in the whole freeride scene in Europe.
And he has made it his next goal to get onto the Freeride World Tour. He was awarded a Challenger wildcard already last year. Made it into the top 5, I think, of the Challenger series last year. Just didn't make the cut. And he's not stopping his campaign towards the Freeride World Tour. And we're quite excited to see what he has planned for us.
And he has also created one of the most watched ski media platforms, thus inspiring, thousands, if not 10,000 people around the world, to ski, to travel, and do it all with style. And it's really a great guy. sitting in 4th currently overall. So it's all there at stake for Alex Hackel, with the 3rd in Nanda and the 7th in Montafon on the first 2 Freeride World Tour Challenger by Raj Series stops of this year. Alex, let's go!
He's definitely going to go for a podium run. Starting it off with a left stray.
Super casual, as always. Speeding up. Oh
approaching.
no!
Oh.
Kind of almost crashing in the in-run, but still turning it onto his feet. Only Alex Hackel is capable of doing that. Again, please give him points for recovery.
Kind of turning one plan into another great plan from a normal straight to a hand drag straight.
That 360 number 4 on the footsteps of Matthias Forestier, who did the most backflips. So this is number 5. This is probably record for the day as well by Alex Hackel, after a cat-like recovery at the big transfer air.
It's going to be interesting what the judges were able to see there from the in-run to the landing.
Well, if he's lucky, then the judges did not see the in-run properly, but yeah, there might be a video judge telling them. But I'm still amazed by the skills it takes to turn a potential crash into a clean 360 and a clean landing.
A hip check in the takeoff into a hand drag straight, which is with a clean landing. That's pretty sick.
And he's all smiles, as
congrats,
always.
Man.
All right. Everything was under full control here. Then so here's the wobble. He basically crashes into his air. Look at it.
Yeah.
How can you do that? That shows the amazing skills of Alex Hackel. Oh, I can't believe it.
Really well done. Great save.
Definitely one of the moments of the day at this year's Freeride World Tour Challenger by Raj. Oh, I thought he had a wider.
And him,
by 5th, but it's all sun cream. Oh, funny.
Him proving us wrong that even with a little bobble you can still continue, but with a great save. Yeah, and you can see how much skill he needs to just kind of turn a near crash into a great trick with a proper landing. Amazing, amazing to see. Waiting for the scores to come, for the score to come in for Alex Hackel.
Definitely battling it for the award for one of the nicest guy in this freeride scene was guys like Oscar Mandel and many others, of course, but this come to my
and then
to mind first. Look at the judges holding What do we do with this? Smoke.
And after Alex, we're only gonna have 2 more riders potentially riding into the podium ranges. Gotta try and give the best before this competition will come to an end.
True, but give it up for now for Dodo Konrad, for G1
Shawan
Jalis and Masht Kogler for head judging. I think this skiing division was really a big challenge for every, no matter how experienced judge.
Yes, absolutely. I feel that that's the strength, but also the trouble of playful faces where you maybe do not have that many big mountain line possibilities and not many options for great mistakes, because mistakes is bad for the riders, but it makes judging a lot easier.
I'd say the venue proved to be a great venue for a Freeride Challenger competition, but, and here's the big but, the winning lines were limited, or was limited to basically a main option. So that's what a lot of riders choose to ride. And then it came down to the variations within this line. Whereas if you have a bigger and more wide open face, it's nice to see the riders spread out and being able to do a winning run on the far left, on the far right, in the middle, or wherever else.
I agree, yeah, absolutely. And so this is also why, just explanation for the audience, why the judges take their time towards the end to be sure to make a coherent ranking, which is just showing their professionalism, not being stressed. And here, all of us are sitting in the sun of this glorious bright day up here on Kitzsteinhorn.
If you've never been here at the Kitzsteinhorn, well, it's a place, it's a total must. You can ride the cable car from downtown Kaprun all the way up to 3,200 meters to the Kitzsteinhorn. And if you come here late in the season, April, May, right, you go right down, switch from skis to board shores and dive into the Zeller See, which is only a 7-minute drive away from the bottom station. So really one of the most beautiful places in Austria, for sure.
Yeah, also with a great freestyle setup here, great park, half pipe, super strong and very welcoming local crew. Also shout out to all of the locals who are supporting that event since decades, basically.
That is very true. That local crew is still surprisingly small and has stayed like this for a quarter century. So if you come here and you stay for a season, a couple of weeks, you'll be in the middle of that local crew like right away.
Yeah.
You'll be invited to their parties and their homes. You know, they're just the Pinzgauer.
Yeah.
They're just good people.
Yeah, they're good people, very welcoming and super keen on skiing and snowboarding, making the best out of the terrain they have in here.
So still no score yet for Alex Hackel. Definitely wins the award for me for the best recovery.
Absolutely.
Basically crashing in the uphill takeoff in run to his air and still finding a way to be smooth in the air and landing the 360 clean. I have no idea how I did that, but probably takes a lifetime of freestyle experience. There we go, 9th place, 83.67 for Alex Hackel. Wow,
Yeah.
that's a big step in his campaign. Adding to his, let me check one more time. Alex now sitting on a 3rd, a 7th, on an 8th. So a solid score collecting by Alex Hackel. Paule Portales, fresh from the Freeride World Tour. They showed some of the most outstanding big mountain, maybe a bit old school, but still big-hearted skiing. But he can do different, shows that right away with this big backflip. Unfortunately, over-rotating a tiny bit. Are his skis still on? Yes, they are. Oh. What's he going to do? Is he going to just continue as Jan? Yes, he is. Going right into another backflip. Come on, Paul, get that focus back together. Might still be able to salvage a top 10 result, which could be crucial for a requalification for the World Tour. Was it a right-in switch 180?
Yep. I guess.
Like a
When you were just talking about him,
skier's half cap?
yeah, when you were just talking about him being a big mountain skier, I guess he also might bring in some freestyle and park skills.
No, he does it better. No, he has the options to. If he has the options, he loves those big mountain moves. Just as much as he is capable of
Also
doing the
what he's
freestyle moves.
picking at here at the bottom.
See, that's both.
Opening up a new
Take it
variation.
easy, knowing this is not a run he can really salvage a good result on. Oh, it's a bummer. Just a long
yeah,
wait in
bummer.
the start gate and then just over-rotating your first air. Yeah, look at his hands as he puts him out in disbelief. This is obviously not what he had expected.
You can see it on his body language. He was definitely planning more for us. But yeah, not every day everything can go very well. And I mean, he has more chances to requalify. So this is his throwaway result today. Kind of building the pressure for the next comps, but still all options there.
That is true. Well, that was Paul Portales, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get here. That was the first air. Here comes the backflip. Yeah, just as simple as it is, a tiny bit of an over-rotation, too much momentum thrown out. And then after this backflip, he decided, okay, let's call it a day.
Just taking the easier way down, yeah. Which he also has to do because it's more important that he kind of stays fit than now when he anyway knows that this is not going to be enough. 55 points for Paul,
And ladies and gentlemen,
puts
that
him into
means
25th place.
And it means that the last rider of the day that can spoil Simon Zwischenbrücker's day of winning his first ever Freeride World Tour Challenger as a wildcard for the season is now Rudy Collet.
31 years old, out of France. Now sitting in 17th place in the ranking of the challengers. Definitely fired up to show his best today on the sunny slopes of Kitzsteinhorn.
Ladies and gentlemen, your last rider of the day, Rudy Collet from Chamonix, France, on his quest on this 2026 X Override Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orage at a beautiful Kitzsteinhorn Seekabun area. And Rudy Collet taking a very different approach up there. A new entry, like onto the top of the rib.
Opting for some playful powder turns over a sketchy takeoff. And beautiful straight air there. Doing a little grass ride. Feels like he's just enjoying his run to the max. Not really maybe bothering about performance too much right now, or maybe he just planned something totally different up top and got confused and then now decided to take it easy. Oi, and a little bobble there. So unfortunately for Rudy, not what he expected.
I'm not sure if Rudy's in top shape, because we usually, when he charges, he charges really. And there was a very mellow run from top to bottom, including a little hiccup in the middle. So this run's not going to challenge Simon Zwischenbrucker's 95 points.
So I guess we do have a podium. And fresh off the Freeride World Tour, Valentin Rainer makes third place, just short of the podium. Jonathan Haus, the wild card from the Ride and Shine competition, is fourth, and then second, Noah Pesera, the former Freeride World Junior champion, with first being Simon Zwischenbrugger on his season wildcard for the Challengers out of Obergurgl. Like, we can't believe it. What a crazy day.
Hey Rudy, all the best to you. Can't wait to have a beer with you at the upper ski and check out what's going on today. 46 points and 26 ranks for the Jamoniard. Merci pour les compétitions. Merci Rudy pour venir en Autriche. And now we want to see that ranking. Can't wait to see the final ranking of the day in front of the beautiful Kitzsteinhorn. Winner of the day. Come on, guys, give us the ranking.
Yeah, official ranking, not like I said it, because that
ranking.
was just what's it, but the official ranking.
Simon Zwischenbrugger, season wildcard from Austria, is the winner of today's X Override Kitzsteinhorn Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orage, ahead of Noah Pesera, former Freeride World Junior champion, ahead of Valle Reiner, a former World Tour champion coming back from the tour, and Jonathan Haus, winner of the video competition, makes it to fourth place. Just three Austrians in the top four. That's amazing. Oscar Mandel, freshman World Tour on fifth, and Maxime Chablot on his quest to get back to tour on sixth place. That's your top six, and that was it from an amazing men's skiing category. Manu, what was your highlights of this category?
So hard to say. There were so many highlights. I really loved all the off-axis rotations, but also the crazy recovery of Alex Hackel, which we just seen, some cat-like reactions, and man, how good is that field? Definitely all the Challenger field over all categories, absolutely stacked. Super cool to see.
Yeah, definitely. A lot of freestyle in today's competition on this new venue, the Longweed, but I think it really stood up to its reputation as a great freeride terrain. And I really hope we can still have a flower ceremony to see some smiley faces there at the finish line.
Yeah, that would be amazing. Well-earned podium for sure. Great job, everyone, also with the judging. And a big shout out to the riders just for their
sure,
performances.
and to the organizers to setting all this up. Well, we are halfway through the season. That was the third challenger of the 2026 Freeride World Tour Challenger Tour by Orage. Next week we are in Obertauern, and then it's off to Italy, Monte Rosa, and the final will take place in Ubaye in the south of France, as we are looking down at the beautiful freestyle terrain, freeride and freestyle terrain of the Kitzsteinhorn. Yeah, one of our most scenic ski resorts in Austria for sure. Look at these beautiful pictures.
Yeah. Some of the highest mountains of Austria just like nestled around Kitzsteinhorn as well, right next to the national park. And I guess, Flo, that was it from us.
That was it. The boys are already having beer in teams, so no flower ceremony for us. Thank you so much for watching. It was great to have you here with us. We'll be back next week from Overtown. Thank you especially, Manu. And should we tell you something?
That no. Private stuff is also happening. Yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I hope you were happy with that amazing show, as happy as we were watching all those riders just really charging hard today. See you back next week in Overtauern.
That was it. Freeride World Tour Challenger by Orage on the beautiful Kitzsteinhorn here at the Sundsea area. We'll see you next week in Overtown. Thanks for tuning in and have a good day. Or maybe join us in Kaprun for a couple of après-ski drinks.
Just